All right. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Had a little issue with the chat here at the beginning, and had to restart it really quick, but it should work now. Doing good, thanks you. I'm doing great too. Bevy seems cool. I might try to learn it in the future as a fun side project. Any advice, Mr. Official 2? I don't think I have any, if I'm being honest. My advice would be, yeah, do that. Okay, as you may notice, I updated the chat, so you can now see the terminal right here, and also you got new icons. Didn't know you were on Twitch. Well, yeah, I've been dual streaming for the past 3 days. This is like the third stream on Twitch. WGPU implementation when? What do you mean by that? You mean like the renderer for my game, or do you mean something else? Yes, renderer. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a while. First we need to figure out the game, and then the renderer is gonna be the renderer is gonna come after that. Although I would like to try and start working on some of the visual aspects after the first playtest, because right now we are working towards the playtest, right? We're trying to. Yeah, what are we doing, by the way? We're implementing the gameplay elements, right? This is the day 3. We got most of the things working. Today, one thing I wanna handle is the extraction tunnels, and make sure that we can actually escape them using, our controls, because right now they just kind of suck us in and we cannot really do anything while in them. I improved after the stream, I improved some of the handling of the force fields, which I can actually show you. So there's actually there's nothing really to show, but now instead of using like an acceleration, the force is trying to sort of keep your velocity constant, which is a bit better because it's smaller than gravity, right? So if you were to jump into it, the gravity would push you much further down before the force field would be able to like counter the gravity, if that makes sense. And now it's not the case because it's not really, correctly simulated using physics, but it's more arcadey sort of velocity system, which I think works a bit better. Because at the end, I don't think we want the game to be like completely physics based, right? It's kind of, when it comes to platformers especially, you usually want the gravity to be a bit custom. Like, this typical example when you have a platformer and you sort of run to the right and jump at the same time, the path you follow is gonna look more like this, usually, in most platformers that are more precision based. Because, and this is not gravity, right? If this was gravity, you would sort of follow this parabola to the ground as you accelerate. But instead, you pretty quickly reach the maximum velocity downwards, and then you just go down with a constant velocity. So this is how the force field is working right now. You sort of enter it, and the force field will try to adjust your velocity to whatever direction the force field has, and it would keep it this way. Mario would be much less fun. with realistic gravity makes sense. Yeah, like it depends on the game, right? Because there are games that are like physics based. They are all about momentum and keeping your momentum, while I think like Super Meat Boy, for example, would be an example of that. But I think for our purposes, this is better. So far, for anybody who's new here, what we have is, an anchor, which allows us to rotate around it. We have the hook that we can use to like zip through space. We have a walkable wall, so we can, walk on the ceiling. And here we have the extraction tunnel, shamelessly stolen from Portal 2. But the problem right now is that I cannot really do anything while I'm in it, right? So it takes control away from me, and we need to fix this today. So that's the plan. Fix the extraction tunnel and then handle picking up objects, ideally. And maybe migrate to, Bevy's splines. Because right now I'm using a different crate. And somebody let me know during the last stream that there's a built-in implementation since Bevy 13, 0.13. Do you have some sort of to-do list of all the things you need to do or redo for the game? No. I mean, I don't have it written down. I'm that uncoordinated. No, I need to sit down and actually write it down. But currently, I have a really short-term goal that I'm focusing on. And the to-do list is basically this, right? These are the things that we need to implement right now. Nothing else matters. Handling, scenes, dialogue, loading, saving, main menu, UI interface, all of this thing needs to wait after this is ready. Speaking of Portal 2, will the story dialogue will have the same humor as Portal 2? Dude, I wish I was that funny. I wish I could write dialogue that funny. I don't know. I wouldn't put my hopes up when it comes to like the dialogue and the story of Astortion because, well, I'm not a writer, right? I hope it's gonna be serviceable, right? So it's not gonna be annoying. I don't think it's gonna be, as funny as Portal 2. But I am generally going in that direction, right? This is not gonna be like a media literate story, I would say, right? Not something that, oh, there's a deeper meaning and there's some symbolism and, hidden message behind all of this and stuff like that, right? This is something that I enjoy about Portal 2, is that like the story is not deep. It's not trying to be, deeper than it could be, which is something that puzzle games oftentimes do, right? I don't know what is it about puzzle games, but they like to do this sort of profound kind of message. And then if you don't get it, you just don't get it. At least your pixel art skills are amazing. Thank you. Appreciate that. Although I would say there's a lot of room for improvement. All right, so I guess we can begin. So here's the force field handling right now. I'm generally following the same sort of pattern of modifying the velocity, which is I first split it into the horizontal and the vertical components in accordance to some specific normal. So in the case of normal gravity, the normal is just the gravity direction, but in the case of like the force field, is going to be the direction of the force field. And then the player usually can affect the horizontal velocity. This is sort of going left or going right. and then, you know, gravity affects the vertical component. And in the case of the force field, I also use maybe hold on. When I calculate the speed for the horizontal component, I just take the movement direction and I dot it with the normal, right? And the movement direction, because the game is sort of meant to be played on a controller, so this is gonna be the direction of your joystick. On a keyboard, it's a bit more difficult, right? Because you can only really have eight directions on a WASD scheme. But yeah, this is gonna, you know, extract the part of your input that's aligned with the horizontal vector. So if the force field is going this way, and your joystick is like going here, then the horizontal component would be, you know, the part of the movement direction that is sort of projected onto the perpendicular vector to that normal. And this, you know, this will let you sort of steer left and right as you go through the force field. And then the other component, this vertical component, so the part aligned with the normal of the force field, allows you to sort of speed up and slow down a little bit. And this is handled here. Right now I'm just adding 100 sort of rudimentally. This will probably have to be fine-tuned somewhat better. So knowing all of this, we should be able to like apply the same idea to the extraction tunnel, which is something that I failed to do during the last stream, but now I'm a bit more hopeful. So we'll see how it goes. Will you do all the custom rendering you did in some of your videos for this too? I really love that videos. Yeah, and I'm actually, the rendering logic is gonna be mostly similar. So once I'm back to doing rendering, I'm gonna pick up the series where it left off. And there's gonna be like, you know, the third part and the fourth part and so on. So yes, the answer is yes. Okay, so this time our normal is the direction of the extraction tunnel. So I'm gonna ignore this vector for just a second. And take a look at this. So this is, yeah, this is the same logic, right? We're splitting the current velocity into its components. Okay, and I don't want to subtract it anymore. So I guess the biggest issue with this excuse me, the biggest issue with this is that we kind of want to modify the horizontal component when nothing is pressed, right? That would be the general idea. Like if we don't move the joystick left or right, and we just leave it in the middle, we still need to sort of adjust the horizontal component to keep us on the extraction tunnel. So I guess if we calculate the speed using a dot product, the speed is gonna vary from like -1 to 1, and we could probably use it as the scale of influence, right? Because if we just take an absolute value of this, instead of ranging from -1 to 1, it's gonna range from 0 to 1, whereas 0 is like we're not inputting anything, and 1 is we're inputting a really strong force. And then that force should probably take control so that we can leave the extraction tunnel in the middle of it. So the question is, is there like a way to lerp Ooh, there is a function like that. What does it do? Okay, it is lerping from this value to the right value over time. Okay. So I guess it would be just lerping from this to just speed using the absolute value of speed. I think this is the recipe. Expected vector. Oh, this would be a vector. Hold on. Hold on. What is going on here? Why are we multiplying? Oh, no, wait. Vector. Okay, vector is a float. So we don't want normal. We want the normal to be here. Hold on, because I'm not sure if... Oh no, okay, it's compiled. So now hold on, let me go through this whole thing. With the control velocity, then we calculate the difference, we assign it using some damping. Let's maybe reduce the damping a bit to something like 8. So this is our x. And then we just change the y entirely for now, like this, with no sort of damping. So y is just whatever the extraction tunnel direction is times speed, and then we add them together. Okay, so for the sake of testing, maybe let's make it much smaller so that we don't go through the tunnel so fast. Oop. The game crashed. Which is something that happens sometimes when I use the hot reloading. I have some suspicions as to why that is. But I've yet to figure this out. Also, I noticed something, and I'm gonna test it. You can see that the game like lags a bit, right? But if I unfocus the window and go back to the window, now it works normally. I don't know if you can tell that on the stream, but on my end it's now smooth, so I don't know what that's about. Okay, so I cannot do anything. I have no effect on this. Interestingly enough. How big is your font size? Oh, it's 13 pixels, I think. I think that's the default. But yeah, it is JetBrains Mono, and JetBrains Mono has this thing where they increase like the size of the smaller letters. I don't know how to describe that, but in comparison to like the tallest letters like A and E and so on, they are taller. I really like that too. I'm using it everywhere because it's open source. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. It's like the smaller letters are much bigger in this font. So it visually looks bigger despite the fact that it's, the same font size as the default one. Okay, so why can we not affect this? I don't think we should multiply this by 4 as well. Oh yeah, because if we just calculate the normal and multiply it by this, we're just gonna end up with the normal with like a magnitude of 1 at most. So we probably want to multiply it by something like speed. Let's see what's gonna happen then. And also, now that you can see the console, you can see when reloading happens, it logs this message. In case you're like wondering why I'm waiting for something. Okay, something is happening here. I'm not sure what though. It's pretty springy. Again, I seem to be able to like move. Oh, okay, something is wrong with the dot product. Let's see. Yeah, this should be this should not be perpendicular. that's the confusing part, I guess, because in an extraction tunnel, a normal is gonna go this way. It's gonna be perpendicular because it's the normal. Technically speaking, it's the normal of the curve, right? Whereas when we're talking about gravity, I'm thinking of normal as in perpendicular to the ground, to what would be ground. So it shouldn't be perpendicular. Okay. So now we still have the springy feeling, but I can escape from it. And I can even run through it. That's awesome. Hello, my school just started a 6-week game dev project, and me and the people in my team are just getting started. We have a really cool idea. So many ideas. Any advice? Oh man, I don't know. I never went through something like that. 6 weeks is not a long time though, right? Yeah, I'm not a particularly skilled when it comes to game jam sort of situation when you need to do something in a limited amount of time. The goal is just making a demo, kinda. Yeah, I don't know. When we work on Solomon's Link, it was meant to take 3 months, and it took half a year. And we also ended up with a demo. So I feel like, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm the I'm the best person to ask about scoping a project to fit that deadline. Okay, what is happening with this Spring action here? So I'm assuming right now we're just using the vector thing as the direction. So I guess we could try normalizing it. Something like that. Okay, no, now it's even worse. Because it looks like we have a spring, but the spring is not damped enough. So it really overshoots the target. I don't remember what's the spring formula. So yeah, let's not normalize that. I'm gonna actually look that up. So, okay, the damping in a spring is done using velocity. It's just velocity multiplied by some constant. So vector is the distance. And we should technically just... Oh, but we cannot subtract x. We would need this. No, it's not velocity. It is speed, but I'm using speed for something else. Let's change this to movement. So yeah, this is gonna be our speed, horizontal speed, and we're just gonna reuse it here. So now technically we can just multiply it by something, and that's gonna give us some damping. Technically, there's probably also time somewhere in this equation being necessary, but let's just try what's gonna happen. Okay. certainly not ideal. I guess this whole thing would have to be multiplied by time, right? But I'm guessing at this point. Okay, so now it's better. And now technically we should be able to have like damping, right? And the spring constant. And we just multiply this by this. And this by damping. And we should be able to like modify it to whatever we need. Let's try something crazy like 30. Yeah, and now it snaps us into it, but there is a lot of damping, so there is no oscillation happening. And I can still sort of escape it if I want to. Okay, now the problem though is that we are moving extremely slow. If we go back to like the normal speed, which also I don't think should be normal speed. Let's use something like 1/2. Okay, 1/2 is not that bad actually. I was worrying that the player would like drift away because of the speed, but that looks okay. Yeah, okay. It's actually, I don't know why we struggled with this during the last live stream, and we can just escape it. Okay, so one thing I don't like though is the fact that the movement speed has to be perpendicular to the extraction tunnel. I feel like if we are going through the tunnel, hold on, because I'm losing some space here. The real estate is shrinking. I should probably zoom in much more because this is a huge canvas. Right? Yeah, we could be using something like that. Yeah, if we're moving along the extraction tunnel and I'm at this point and I just move to the right, it greatly reduces like the actual force that I'm using to escape, but I don't think that should be the case, right? I feel like we should just be able to go to the right. If we go to the right, like whatever direction we choose here, right, we should be just able to push out through this direction, I think. Or at least if we are directing in the opposite direction of the movement. Because there may be some problem with people like going in this direction and increasing the speed greatly. Let's check this out, how it's gonna work out. Excuse me. What are we doing today? We're continuing, implementing gameplay mechanics from the past 2 streams. And right now we're working on the extraction tunnel. namely, you know, is this thing that you enter and it sort of grabs you somewhere along the path. And we're making it so that we can escape this tunnel while in the middle of it. Like this, right? But it doesn't feel right. You can't really see that, right, on the live stream, but I can tell you that it doesn't feel okay. Maybe it's gonna, hold on, let me plug in my controller and see how it feels like on a controller. And so on a controller, it's much better because, you know, I can precisely control the direction, but it's still not great. I also think the speed is too big. I feel like 0.5 was better. Also, can I just brag about something that I did myself? I can show you. I actually set it up the way, in a way that allows me to detect what I'm using. Like right now I'm using a gamepad, and then I'm switching to a keyboard, and just switches between the two. I'm really proud of this. It's such a nothing, but it's really satisfying to have. Though obviously in the final game there's gonna be some sort of a controller in the setting, right? So you can have like auto detection, but you can also set it up to always be a gamepad. Okay, so let's try to change this whole thing in a different way. So this is gonna be adjustment velocity, if that's how you spell adjustment, I hope. And we're not gonna lerp this just yet. And then our control velocity will be adjustment velocity lerp towards input movement in general with no dot product, and the time would be just the magnitude or length, I suppose. And then we multiply this by speed. And this is not necessary now. I still cannot go through the tunnel this way. We're gonna go back to this. Okay, there's not much no, there is a lot of difference actually. I can, while I'm in the center, while I'm here, just pressing right allows me to escape, and previously it wasn't possible. So I would call this an improvement. Yeah, it's much better. What about the gamepad? Yeah, it's much less sensitive to the direction that you're using, which I feel is better. Okay. Shift plus Alt plus arrow down duplicates the code. Yeah, I know. I could just also do this, which is Control D. But I had it selected already, and I was like, whatever, I can just do this. Like, I don't know. I'm not a shortcut heavy kind of guy. What feels off? Nothing feels off. Like, well, we just fixed what felt off before. I'm just sort of checking it out. The problem now is that once we get here, it's still not enough to like get us through to the other side, because the force from the extraction tunnel is too big. Which is okay, because normally if the extraction tunnel was the other way, we do want it to take control and rip us off the wall. But here, when we try to go against its direction, I feel like it should let us pass through. But this would require some sort of state tracking, right? Because we would need to know, like, if we entered the extraction tunnel from the correct side, and only then apply any corrections. Does it work if you fly into the tunnel? Yeah, it should. I don't think I have an ability to do that from where I am. Oh, we can try the other extraction tunnel. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, it works. It works, but if I overshoot, I overshoot, right? Hold on, let me set it up so that we can actually test this. Where could we add this? I suppose we can shrink this force field a bit and then move this over here. And now we're gonna fall onto the extraction tunnel nicely. Yeah. It works. So it should work this way, right? But yeah, that's gonna be a problem, because now we would need to detect if we're falling. So there's a really specific set of circumstances that need to be met. So I assume, first of all, we need to be on the ground, and then we need to walk in the opposite direction. which I guess is doable, right? Let's try doing this. So we're gonna need some more computation. Or actually, can we do like and what is and doing? No, and then yeah. Now we can do some additional checking here. So if we are not grounded, then we just return closest a sum, right? That's easy. But then if we are grounded, we want to check the velocity against the normal, against the perpendicular to the normal, I suppose, which is also a 3D vector. So now if this is less than 0, or if this is greater than 0, we want to return closest, and then we just return none. Okay, that does not work. Okay, so this is the other way around, I think. Okay, but that's a problem. Hold on, let's see it here. Okay, so, oh, wait, not physics velocity. We want the ground normal, which I believe will always, ground normal is always set if we are on the ground. So I can unwrap here. Famous last words. Yeah, actually, let's check this just to be sure. Oh, okay. If on ground make spring 0, no, but we want it to pick us up here, right? We are on the ground right now, and we want this to happen. Yeah, so that's perfect. Yeah, it works from both ways here, and it doesn't here. So what I'm doing right now is, you know, taking a look at the normal of the ground and then the normal of the extraction tunnel. And if they are directed in the opposite sides, right, we're not doing anything. So it prevents us from entering the tunnel from the ceiling, but it works perfectly fine from the ground because they are directed in the same direction, right? And what I mean by directed in the same direction, I mean, you know, the angle between them is less than 90 degrees. Okay, so some adjustment I think are necessary. Maybe I would reduce the velocity. Wait, where is it? Here. Perhaps it shouldn't be speed. Maybe it should be like 0.5 as well. Yeah, I can still escape, but it's not that, you know, fast. This is a bit more difficult to like overshoot and stuff. Okay, so last thing, I guess, is that we just set the Y like this. Okay, get rid of that. Maybe we need some damping here too. Oh, and I guess that's what causes the issues, right? Like during the previous live stream. Well, I guess we can try. Maybe it's gonna work magically this time around. So this is our new control velocity. And then as always, the difference is control velocity minus Y. And then we want to modify the Y by the difference times some damping times the delta time. And now when entering the tunnel, we shouldn't immediately be, you know, dragged into the specific direction. Which was especially visible here when entering the tunnel from here. Oh yeah, that's much better. Like there is this nice smooth transition. There was something wrong with this though. If I don't do anything. Yeah, what's up with that? Maybe actually we don't need that. Because what's happening here at the top is that, oh yeah, now we're talking. We are technically not considered grounded in this specific scenario when the extraction tunnel is like this. Because when we are in the extraction tunnel, the gravity is directed in this way. So the angle between the floor, you know, if you look at this, like this is the gravity, the floor is too steep for us to stand on. So we're not considered grounded. But we can just not check for grounded. I don't think that's gonna be that big of an issue. Now we nicely arrive on the ceiling. Yeah, right. It's everything I wanted to do with the extraction tunnel. So the extraction tunnel is working, the force fields are working. So now we can try making the launch ability work again, because it's currently commented out. And then we can move on to lifting boxes. You can fly through the tunnel, right? Yeah. If you push against the tunnel, then yes. Like here, for example. Right? I don't need to be stuck in it. I just need to move in the direction, perpendicular to the tunnel. And then it lets me go. Same here. Okay. So here's the code for launch. Let's uncomment it and just, see what's gonna happen. The game's gonna crash. Okay, so it's much weaker than I remember it being. So the way this ability works is that I hold shift and this lets me, choose the direction in which I want to go. And then letting go of shift launches me in that direction. And now, ideally there's going to be progression to this ability. So initially you're only going to be able to do that from specific points in the map, like it's environmental. Then you will be able to do this wherever from the ground, and then you will be able to do that mid-air. So ideally we need to make it work everywhere, right? If you're in the extraction tunnel, it should work. If you are in the force field, it probably also should work. If you are interacting with the anchor, I don't know if it should work then. I think you can always just let go and then hold shift. Yeah, I think it shouldn't work together with the anchor. Hello from Twitch. Hello there. Okay, so I need to take a quick break. 5 minutes, I'll be back and we're gonna make this work, hopefully. Okay. Do you stream on Twitch too? Technically I am, but I just checked and Twitch says that I've been live for like 16 minutes. So I don't know if I did something wrong or if the like connection broke at some point. But technically I should be live on Twitch too. All right, so one quick thing that I want to do, although I'm not sure if it's gonna help. Yeah, I don't know. Because when I alt tab between my tabs, it sometimes it switches the edit mode, which is usually activated using just tab. So I wonder if I could maybe, yeah, let me try that really quick. Technically, we just need to check if the Alt key is pressed. And if it's not, we just don't do anything. Do you consider full-blown tailing window manager instead of alt tab? I don't know if there's one for Windows though. I don't know. I did not consider it. I know that it exists. I mean, I don't know if it exists for Windows, but like what I'm saying is I know what a tiling manager is. Nope, it did not help. Oh well. So launching. It's a bit of a tiny hop. Okay, so currently there is this little state machine, kinda, based on the timer. So yeah, if we are on the ground and the dash is active, I don't think we want to model it this way. What are our other states though? We have a state for an anchor and we have a state for a hook. And that's okay because we're not interested in launching while in these states. It's okay, this could be happening here. So the way I imagine is that when we press shift, we sort of freeze in place, right? No matter where we are, even if we're like mid-air. So technically that could be a separate state. Yeah, let's not overthink it, and let's just add this as another state. It's gonna be a dash. It doesn't need anything. Okay, what are we gonna need here? Definitely the player. And definitely this little gate, I guess. Now we can take this and just move it there. For now. And lastly, we're gonna want to transition to a different state if shift is pressed. So I'm no longer using gravity scale, so it's not necessary here. So yeah, if shift is pressed, we're gonna change the state to dash. What's wrong with that? Oh, it's not comparable. There are some other problems though with this really basic implementation of a state machine, because there's no way to do something on transition. Because I guess we're gonna wanna reset the timer. Did you build the editor tab yourself, or are you using a plugin for that? I'm using a plugin. It's called Bevy Inspector EGUI. I only made it so that it appears when pressing tab, and added some, like, you know, basic selection and stuff. But it's a lifesaver, right? Being able to like debug the state of the game and look into it. Hey, coding in Rust, yeah, it do be like that sometimes. I mean, I'm thinking about this because technically there are two states, right? We have the sort of charge state when we are frozen, and then we have like the dash state where we are actually being accelerated for a specific amount of time in a specific direction. And right now it's handled here in both cases. But yeah, let's try this. For as long as the dash is active, we want to froze the position and get our transform. Also, the transform doesn't have to be this way, I think. Not anymore. We can just steal it directly from here. Yeah, so we're gonna draw this little debug line in the direction that we're using. Okay, and then when dash is released, we want to reset the timer. Save the launch direction. Oh, that's interesting. Where is it being used? Nowhere. It's it's actually not necessary. We can just do this. And frozen, we'll store the dash direction for now. And then when the timer finishes, we just need to change the state to whatever. Okay, so this itself should work. Let's see if that's true. I'm gonna have to restart the game though, because I changed some type definitions outside of this crate, so hot reload wouldn't work. Oh, did I not restart it previously? Because it's rebuilding DevTools only now. So maybe the old stuff is gonna work. And I just forgot to like restart it properly. I don't know. We probably also need some sort of hit detection if we like jump into a wall. No, the old stuff still doesn't work. In fact, nothing works. So that's fun. I'm holding shift and nothing is happening. Interesting. let's not do this for a second, just to see if we just leave the state prematurely or something. Oh, hold on. Okay, I get the same linker error as previously. Well, that's a bummer. Let me just run it, see if it's the same problem. Yeah. Okay, so one quick change. I'm gonna use the other target directory and see, because then we'll be able to reuse the build craze from that directory, and maybe the linker is not gonna have issues on this side. Yeah. Okay. So it works, but now we never leave the state, so I can just fly wherever I want. Okay, so a quick solution would be to just make sure that no, that would be silly. Let's just reset the timer when we enter the state right here. Also, I'm calling it dash. It should probably be called launch, just to like stay consistent. Okay. I know, I see the problem. The timer is always ticking, so it eventually runs out. So I guess instead, if we are active, we're just gonna continuously reset the timer, because why not? And if we're not active, only then we're gonna progress it. I mean, that's a bit of a I don't know how to label that. It's not necessary to do both, right? We could update the timer all the time, and then resetting it here would prevent it from, you know, exiting the state. But just to be sure. Yeah, so I can hold it for as long as I want. Although eventually we're probably gonna limit this too. We don't want the player to like stay in this state forever. Yeah, and now I'm actually correctly being launched. Yeah, I can do this in the air, which is kind of funny right now, because there's no there's no limit to how many times you can do that. Obviously, you can probably only do this once, and then you have to touch the ground. Let me check the controller. Almost. Close enough. Actually wonder, okay, you can do that. What's the best strategy for like jumping the longest horizontal distance? And I feel like launching yourself directly up and then immediately after jumping, switching to the left should be like the best strategy. Which I wonder if we can fix this somehow, because I don't think it should be this way. Ideally, like intuitively, you would expect it to be 45 degrees, right? Because that's the best. It's like the best angle to launch anything. And maybe it is the case. Yeah, I don't know. It feels cool though. That's important. Okay, I need to stop playing the game and actually work on it. It should slow-mo into it instead of a dead stop. Oh, that's an interesting idea. When do you think you will begin working on doing the cool rendering stuff with Bevy? After playtesting the game. I'm not touching, this is my number one rule. I'm not touching any visual stuff until I have a playable game that's actually fun to play. Because, you know, doing visuals is like a sinkhole, an absolute black hole for my time. So I really need to, you know, focus on what's actually making the game, and then I can move on to all of cool rendering stuff. Okay. Slow motion into that kind of feels cool. I'm trying to think about how to implement that. I mean, it could be just, you know, basic damping again. Let's see. 90% of this game is handled using damping. It's like the #1 thing I'm doing. Here, instead of just settling on 0, this can probably be simplified, but let me just spell it out completely. Wait, the difference would be this way. Control velocity minus this, and then times damping times delta time. So what can be simplified here? Control velocity is 0, so this is basically negative physics velocity. So this is basically this. So this is basically this. So this, it's like linear damping, right? Based on velocity. Makes sense that it's simplified to that. Now do you want 2? I think something like 8, so it's snappy. Oh, we don't have hot reload. Never mind. I forgot I broke it. Immutable borrow. No, Rust. Why are you like this? Okay, it's a bit difficult to see with the camera moving. Hold on, let's take a look at this here. Okay, let's try something different. Some slower damping. Oh wait, I'm silly. I'm not assigning the velocity. Less snappy. It's completely snappy right now. It was just set to 0 by default. Okay. It's kind of, it's difficult to judge without visuals. I would increase the snapping a little bit though. Maybe something like 16. Oh yeah. That's it. Okay, now let's take care of... Sorry for a non-topic question, but you're planning to see some Minecraft pull requests anytime soon? Or do you mean motion canvas? Yeah, I'm gonna do some motion canvas related things on the weekend, and I'm actually planning to stream some of that because we have the new camera component being worked on by one of our maintainers. But currently I'm not doing anything. I'm trying to like, because motion canvas is another sinkhole for my time, so I'm trying to like not work on it until the weekend and then do some stuff on it during the weekend. Because otherwise I would just, spend all my time on it. It's so fun to work on. Top tier Minecraft contributor, yeah, that's me. Do you do this full time? This right now? No. I mean, yeah, I'm working on Astortion and my YouTube channel and my motion canvas tool full time. This is what my patrons are supporting me for. I mean, my patrons mainly, because we did a little poll recently, mainly support me for my videos. That's like the number one thing that I'm supported for. So if we want to be like real, I'm a full-time YouTuber, right? I wouldn't call myself a full-time game developer because, well, I'm not making money by making games, right? Or by selling games, I guess. Okay, I'm playing the game again. Stop it, we need to work on the features. You do plan to sell Astortion, right? Yeah, I do. But like, that's not making money right now, right? Okay, so we definitely want some sort of a state to keep track of how many times we launched ourselves while off the ground. It's similar to normal game devs. They usually have an investor patron and gets money if it looks promising. No, but that's like the main misunderstanding, and you shouldn't think about it this way, because again, if you ask my patrons on average, what do they expect me to produce? They're gonna answer YouTube videos. Like Astortion is not on the first place. And I try to make it clear, like if you go and read the description of my Patreon, that this is not like crowdfunding for Astortion. If that makes sense. So I wouldn't say that it's the same. Because if my patrons were supporting me because of Astortion, I would just not make videos. Right? I would be like, okay, then I'm just not gonna make videos and I'm gonna spend all of my time working on Astortion. And I also feel like I thought about making a video about this, and maybe I still will, because talking to like other game developers, I feel like sometimes they can feel this sort of pressure for like developing their media presence, especially looking at like game dev YouTubers, and be like, oh, so if I want to be an indie game developer, I need to have a YouTube channel because that's how you do that. But like I would say that's completely false, right? Because not only does a YouTube channel take away a huge chunk of your time, you're also usually appealing to like other game developers, right? It's not like a game dev series is being watched by your potential buyers, right? By people who are gonna play your game. Like most of the time, your viewers are just like you, other game developers working on their games. So yeah, what I'm trying to say is that I wouldn't treat this as a marketing campaign, right? Or a way of sponsoring your game development. Anyway, we're gonna probably add some sort of a counter to the player controller, and then we're just gonna reset it if we're on the ground. What if Astortion was never meant to be a thing? It was pitched by you as an abstract to build a video series around, Twin Peaks style. Yeah, maybe. How did you know? I feel like it's really easy to end up this way, right? I don't know. I would really like to finish Astortion, mostly so that I can brag about it. It's like, oh, by the way, I made a game. Right? This is another thing that people sometimes bring into the discussion. This idea that a game developer that has a YouTube series is afraid of finishing the game because it's like, oh my god, you know, what am I gonna make videos about once my game is published, right? The hype is gonna die and whatever. I don't think we feel this way. I cannot speak for everybody, but I feel like that's a silly way to think about this. Like if I were to release Astortion, this would be like enough content for a year of making videos just about that game that I released. Like it wouldn't matter that the game is already released because there are so many, you know, cool things to talk about when it comes to, like, first of all, implementing the game, but then also going through the release process and stuff like that. So yeah, I would definitely, purposefully, I would never, you know, try to not finish Astortion. It's okay if you don't want to answer this, but I'm really curious how long it takes to make a video like yours. In the ballpark of 20 hours. My most recent video was like 80 hours, easily. Like 2 weeks of just working on it nonstop, basically. Too much, I guess, would be the answer. But it depends. You know, if you go back to like my older videos from like before Motion Canvas and before all of these visualizations, when this was just like a game dev kinda, you know, devlog, then I would make one video a weekend, right? It would be like, oh, sit down Friday night, write the script, Saturday morning, record the script, Saturday evening, gather all of the material, and then Sunday, you know, put it all together and upload it to YouTube. But now that I'm trying to do more ambitious things, yeah, it's taking a lot of time, a long time. Yeah, I can totally see that this might not be worth it for pure marketing. Thanks. Oh yeah, certainly. I feel like the best for marketing is just like making a good demo, right? Wouldn't that be like the best marketing? Again, like I don't know a single thing about marketing, but I assume that if you were to focus on something, a lot of effort, that would be the game demo. Like what's the name of the game? Starship Simulator, right? Recently they got their like announcement on IGN published. And it's like, it's the simplest announcement that you can think of. It's just the gameplay of the demo with a voiceover talking about what the game is about. And people are already excited and like want to support the development, right? Oh, it's raining outside. That's cool. Well, Danny's game would not be as popular without his devlogs. Yeah, no, the question is if the game is gonna be good, right? Like you can, you know, certainly build a lot of hype with a devlog series, but then if you're working on the devlog series, like when do you have the time to work on the game, right? That's the question here. Yeah, Danny literally quit YouTube just so he can actually finish his game. Like, yeah, that's the thing, right? I don't know. I generally like my advice would be, for what it's worth, would not be, you know, to try and chase virality on the internet as your main marketing strategy, because you know that behind every Danny there's like thousands of people that you've never heard about that are doing the exact same thing, and it's just that they never, you know, got the chance to go viral like that. Okay, where's my player controller? Let's add a little launch count. This could technically this could be a boolean. Actually, let's start with 0. But I'm just gonna keep it at as a number, so that maybe in the future, if you want to have like 2 launches, one after the other, we can do that. Or maybe that's what we do want to have. What if we want to allow for like first launching from the ground and then launching from the air? Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Okay, but that's a question for later. Just implement the player controller. If I could do that, yeah. So the public function for reset launch count. Just so that we have this configured in one place, right? So this one is here instead of being set somewhere else. If I want to increase this to 2, I can do it later. Actually, let's do it nicely. Maybe let's just do this. And then launch doesn't have to be public. Okay, so now in the free run state, if we want to launch ourselves, we also need to be able to do that. I hate how it's called dash. Hold on. It's gonna mess me up eventually. And also this one. Okay, and besides that, we also need to store another timer for like charging, because we only want the player to charge for you know, a certain amount of time. How long would that be? Let's say 1 second. I think 1 second is fair. But we're gonna see how it feels. Yeah, and let's actually always update the timers. And we're gonna have to reset the timer before entering this state, and that's the main issue with this whole setup right now. Free run state is that entering the state and updating the state is scattered so much. I'm gonna think of some way to making it better. Maybe we could have the state changing implemented here inside of the player. But this would still be scattered because then these functions are, you know, here. And we want these functions to be systems so that we can access whatever we want from within them. I guess like the Bevy way would be to have another system specifically for entering a specific state, right? Then we could switch to a Bevy state machine and it would handle the like enter and whatnot. Yeah, doesn't matter. There's some refactoring that can be done later. Let's update. Hold on. Update launch state. If input dash is active and controller launch search timer is not finished, if we release the input or controller launch search timer just finished. But this can double dispatch the same code, right? If the timer finishes first and then we release the button, it's gonna do the same thing twice. See, that's what I'm saying. We need another state here. Like that should be a nested state machine here, so that we can enter this state, because it's clear that this is a separate state from this thing, right? And these are the conditions for transition. I gotta sleep, I think. Have an awesome day, night, whatever. Thank you, and you too. Have a good night. Hmm. Okay, let's try something silly and see how it works. Let's make a launch state. I'm gonna have charge and apply. And then here, we're gonna have to take care of that state as well. So launch state is just gonna be player launch state charge. I'm gonna head out too. Bye. Goodbye. Okay, launch state. This is kind of ugly, but then again, I just want to get the logic working, and then we can try to simplify it somehow, hopefully. So yeah, we're gonna start in the charge state. Hi there, how's it going? It's going great, thanks. How about you? Sort of making slow but steady progress on the game. Okay, so charge itself, that's just gonna be a state, and we want to execute these things inside of it. And sort of now we can handle the transition inside of this state, which is gonna be a bit better. So basically, if we either release the button or the timer run out, then we're gonna reset the timer. We're gonna set up the launch direction. We're gonna set up all of the physics. And finally, we're gonna set the launch state to the new state, which is player launch state. Apply. So now this can only execute once, because once it executes, we switch to a different state, and now we're gonna be entering apply. And so really all apply cares about is if this launch timer just finished. Again, not even just, because we can just check if it finished. It doesn't really matter, because then we'll leave the state entirely. Yeah, so that's a bit better, I think. We can also update the corresponding timers here. Yeah, and then this timer can be just updated here. Okay, it's technically a bit nicer. Let's see. Same, been watching every live stream so far. I'm really glad you started doing these. I'm really happy to hear that some people find these useful, maybe, I don't know. Hey, what are you planning for today? So we've been streaming for 2 hours already. And when we started, the plan was to, because, well, let me start from the beginning. We're implementing gameplay elements. We were working previously during this live stream. We've been working on the extraction tunnel, which is a path that sort of takes you in a specific direction, making sure that the player can like escape it, left and right, and all sorts of like, polishing details. And now we are working on the launch ability, which is this sort of charged dash where you hold shift or a trigger on a controller and you choose the direction in which you want to go. And then you're being launched in that direction. So for example, here's the extraction tunnel, right? That kind of takes you in a specific direction, and now we can walk through it, right? You don't need to stack to it. You don't need to stick to it, excuse me. You can just escape. And we added some details like, being able to walk here freely. If the tunnel is not being is directed in the wrong direction, you can just, walk through it. Here on the bottom is gonna, lift you up. But because this is upside down, like you wouldn't be lifted up here. So it just lets you pass through. And here's the dash that we're working on. So basically I can hold shift, choose the direction. I'm on a keyboard, so it's not that, granular, but I can choose where I want to be launched, and I'm being launched there. And currently this is unlimited, so I can just do it forever. And so we're working on, restricting that. So we can only launch once, and then we sort of need to hit the ground. And once we finish this, the plan is to sort of take care of lifting boxes, which is another ability on the list. And I'm pretty sure we're close to finishing. Just need to rebuild to see what we have going on here. We have a non-compiling program. Oh yeah, it's 1 second. Nice, the tunnel is way slower than yesterday. Yeah, it's half the speed. It requires some fine-tuning, but I want it to be a bit slower so that you can, escape from it in the middle. Generally, we're gonna have to experiment with the scale of the game because, there's only so much screen, and I feel like if things are too fast, it's not gonna be visible enough. If that makes sense, like you're not gonna be able to see far ahead enough to see what's happening. That's why things are gonna be probably a bit slower, because this is the intended scale, right, of the game. So we need to fit the velocity into that. Yeah, so now if everything works correctly, okay, I just cannot use anything. Oh, and that's because I'm not resting the counter. So right now I just have no launches left. So in the free run state, this should be really simple. If we are on the ground, we're just gonna reset the launch count. And then in the launch state, we're gonna decrement the launch count each time we leave this state. Okay. Should be it. Don't know why, but I get a feeling that game's gonna be pretty popular in Europe. I don't know why you think so too. Is it like, oh, I need to restart the task? Is it like, does it have some like particular qualities that Europeans like? I don't know. Okay. Okay, the timer worked. I was holding shift this whole time. And after 1 second, it just throws me itself. And then I cannot do that while mid-air. While in mid-air. Man, I don't know how to speak today. Okay, but if we start from the air, oh yeah, we can still do that. And the timer works, and no timer also works. Okay. Interesting. There was some weird bug happening just a second ago that caused me to fall down instead of going towards the anchor. That's interesting. Okay, but now I kind of wanna make it so that we can launch from the ground and then have another launch mid-air. But I don't think our launch count is gonna be particularly helpful with that. I guess okay, we can we can do that. Reset launch count is on ground. It's boolean. And now if we are on the ground, the launch count is 2. If we are not on the ground, but the launch count is 2, then the launch count is 1. I don't know if it makes sense, but it feels like it should work. So then here, all we need to do is just call it each time. And now if we are on the ground, we're gonna, as always, reset the launch count. If you're not on the ground, but the launch count is 2, we're gonna limit it back to 1 to make sure that in air we can only do it once. What was Solomon's link really? Was it just a testing learning project, or are you planning to work on it again in the future? No, I'm not planning to work on it again. The idea, believe it or not, was to create a complete game in a span of 3 months. That was the initial assumption. This is what I pitched to my patrons. And the hard deadline was always 6 months, right? So the desired deadline was 3 months, but if something goes wrong and so on, 6 months is like the hard deadline. If 6 months passes, I would not care. I would just release whatever we had so far. And that's basically what happened. We did not manage to finish the entire game. I think we overscoped, a lot of the things. And I think I'm pretty sure I'm repeating myself from the video though. Like that's the idea was always to finish the game, but we didn't manage. And so that's it. I just moved on. I really like it though. Especially what it could have been. Because we didn't really get to explore all of the like puzzles related to the chain. Because that was like the main point of the game, right? But it was really cool to like go through the whole, Steam process of releasing the game. This definitely makes me, much. How do you say that? Much less worried about the Astortion release, because I know that, not a lot of things are gonna go wrong. Or at least I know what can go wrong. And a lot of things can go wrong when releasing games on Steam. I had to contact the support like 3 times during the development of Solomon's Link. Okay, so jumping from the ground and then jumping from the air works as expected. But then from the air we only get 1 jump. Okay, so that's awesome. So now we also need to add launch pads, because again, there's I'm envisioning a 3-step progression of the launch ability. So we start with an environmental thing. So there's like a specific thing in the world that you need to approach, and this lets you launch yourself. Then you have the ability to launch yourself from the ground exclusively, and then you have the ability to launch yourself from wherever, so even if you're mid-air, right? So this is like the 3-step progression that I kind of want to play around with. We'll see how it goes though. Is Astortion a Metroidvania? It is a Metroidvania in like the technical sense, which is that, parts of the world are unlocked as you unlock new abilities. Then if that's your definition of Metroidvania, then yeah, it is a Metroidvania. But it's definitely not Hollow Knight, right? You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like nowadays, especially when a modern player hears the word Metroidvania, they think, Hollow Knight and related games to that. Yeah, that's kind of all I meant. Yeah, then yes. But it will also probably not be, as branching as some Metroidvanias. So we'll see. The thing I kind of, a game that I really liked and I feel like is a bit of an inspiration for me would be Death's Door. Because Death's Door, I don't think you would call it a Metroidvania, because the progression of the areas were linear, right? You had to complete them in a specific order. But it had this, this bigger world where, yeah, you completed this area technically, like story-wise, but you could always go back to it and like explore some more of it, because now you have new abilities. So this is sort of that I would be aiming for. So like the progression story-wise is mostly linear, but there's a lot of additional stuff that you can find if you go back to revisit certain locations. This is like the main reason why I'm not trying to like, advertise it as Metroidvania. Because I feel like for a hardcore, Metroidvania enjoyer, it may not be enough. Hi everyone, hello. I wanna play Hollow Knight again. Yeah, that's a really good game to replay. I think the biggest issue with replaying Hollow Knight is that I've heard the soundtrack so many times in so many different places that it just like it lost all of its glory, at least to me. It's like people just straight up, use that during live streams or like in YouTube videos and stuff. Every piece is immediately recognizable. Okay, let me try if this works. What was I doing? Hold on, because you're distracting me, guys. I'm joking, but... Oh no, everything works. Everything... Oh, okay, we wanted to add a launchpad or something alongside a launchpad. That's the current idea. Okay, so I think it's a good way, it's a good time for a little break. And after the break, we're gonna add a launchpad here in Blender. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we are back at it again. Jump pads? Yeah, jump pads. You've heard it right. How's the transformation from C# to Rust working for you? I can't really imagine learning other language when I'm already at an advanced level with C#. Brother, I wasted like a decade. I still am continuously wasting like a decade coding in JavaScript. Like, if I had to stick to the language that I'm advanced in, I don't know. I'd rather not be a programmer. No, but I don't have an issue with learning new languages. In fact, I really sort of enjoy that. C# was also never my main. I only started using C# because of Unity. Before C#, I used to use C++ a little bit when doing some stuff in Unreal Engine. So yeah, I generally, I feel like a lot of the, fundamental ideas translate between languages. And then just the syntax and stuff like that. Completely agree, Rust is great. Though I do not want to code in any other language now. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like, each language has its own perk, right? Or a set of perks, I guess. For example, something that I always think about is motion canvas and how I would not be able to make animations using Rust. If I had to recreate motion canvas in Rust and code my animations in Rust, you would wait for one video for like a year, like easily. Just the fact how, encouraging Rust is when it comes to thinking about what you want to do. Whereas in JavaScript, it's just like, yeah, I can throw anything together and it's probably gonna work, maybe. You know what I'm saying? It's just that much easier to do quick and dirty things, one-off kind of things that you don't need to think about or go back to and maintain. This is an ideal example for scripting language. Yeah, exactly. But then, at the same time, I feel like people are pushing it a bit too much and trying to do things with it that are not necessarily that great. Like my least favorite thing about C#, for example, was that you could really feel that the language was never designed for video games, right? Like the fact that all arrays are always allocated on the heap. And only recently they added slices so that you can actually define, continuous memory on the stack. It's like, if the language was designed for making video games, it would probably support something like a slice from the beginning. It wouldn't be like added afterwards, after Microsoft realized that, oh, people are using it for making video games. The problem is when people push JavaScript in other spaces. The question is why? Just use Rust, Go, Elixir, anything else but JS. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't have any strong opinion on that. Wouldn't, consider necessarily myself a JavaScript hater. I mean, no, okay, I hate JavaScript, dude. If JavaScript has no haters, I'm dead. But but I hate it, as the language, not necessarily as the community of people using it. I also love it, by the way. That's why I wasted 10 years using it. Anyway, this is gonna be a jump pad. Okay, I need you to imagine that this is a jump pad. Look, now you can see me adding custom properties because the chat is not hiding them. So we're gonna change this prop into a launch pad. Let's call it launch. I don't think there is any other reason to hate JavaScript other than the language. I mean, yeah. Again, there are cases that I know of that I don't want to like mention. I don't want to point any fingers, but there are certain languages that have communities that are not particularly likable, and people tend to, you know, dislike the language not because of the language but because of the community around it. Like Rust. No, I'm kidding. Make jump at blue, as in Portal. Bounce gel is also blue. Rust Foundation entered the chat. Node.js got traction the same way JavaScript got traction. People wanted it for quick server processing, and then people realized they can learn one language and do both front-end and back-end. I have a video planned about this, actually. Maybe not exactly about this, but about this really like common occurrence in programming where you start with a platform that is meant to simplify things, and then people start using it, it gains adoption, and then people want more. And they start re-implementing things that used to be normal in the simplified platform, but using the tools within the simplified platform, if that makes sense. I think it's a really cool subject for a video, and this is something that I'm like working in the background on right now. Yeah, we can make the jump as blue, answering the question. I don't think we have anything that's blue right now. The hook is fuchsia, I believe. Anchors are green, so Launchpad could be blue. Maybe some light shade of blue. Then there was a need for a multi-million-dollar company to maintain a version that could avoid some bugs. Just citation of someone. I'm not sure what's that referring to be honest. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, you are not a hook anymore, brother. You are a launch. TypeScript, he's referring to TypeScript. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. TypeScript is kind of cool though. Like, as far as scriptable languages go, TypeScript is almost perfect, I would say. If it wasn't based on a language designed in a week, then maybe it would be a little bit better. But like, having to go to, I don't know, something like Python, where most packages don't have strong typing. Like, I don't know, when I was writing the add-on for Blender, for example, they don't have any typings for the BPI package. And just such a nightmare to work with it once you get used to strong typing. It's a citation of Soding, and I found it funny. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce T. Soding, but I know who that is. So yeah, that's valid in the context of TypeScript, for sure, for sure. For real, on God. Okay, we're gonna have to import this correctly. So this is the fun boilerplate thing that we always do. See, this could probably be a macro, but I'm pretty sure writing a macro for this would take much longer than just copy pasting the files. Okay, would Alice Blue be a light shade? I don't know, actually. I don't know my CSS colors that well. Is Launchpad uninteractable? No, it's gonna be a separate component. Or is it though? Or is it? No, it's a different button. It's a completely different control scheme. What am I talking about? Okay. Just register the type. If I could type correctly. Okay. Wait, what was that? What happened? The trade bound. Is something wrong with the Launchpad plugin? I don't understand. Let's try building it. Send the code template into chat. I'm gonna write a macro. No, I don't. No, let's not do that. Okay, hold on. The error is being thrown. So what's the problem here? Launchpad is a plugin. Wait. And 8 others. Is there like a maximum number of plugins you can have in a tuple? Yeah, okay. Crazy if true. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna nicely divide it into things then. Things like an anchor and stuff like that. They can go here, right? A field, a hook, an interactable, curve points. All of this is being loaded by Blender, so I guess it's a nice way to sort them. But you can nest tuples, I think. Oh, that would be also interesting. I don't think there's that much of a difference, right? Like, especially performance-wise. I guess for a bundle it would make sense, right? Because they probably figure out the archetype based on the entire bundle. So like calling insert twice is probably rearranging the memory. But I think for plugins it doesn't matter. Let's try though. What would happen if I were to put this as a bundle? Okay. I guess we can leave it like that. And then we're gonna, to make this as cursed as possible, we're just gonna progressively nest more tuples as we go. I think that's the way. Okay, so I guess we can just run it. Crazy idea. I'm sorry. No launch to be seen. Have I not saved the file in Blender? Could be. Here it is. Look at it. It's white for some reason. I don't see it anywhere though. Let's rerun the game just to make sure. Oh, here it is. Interesting. Maybe the menu did not reload. Oh, it is blue. Look at it. I don't know if you can tell. Yeah, it's like it's almost white. Hey, somebody said cyan, so I guess that would be a nice light shade of blue. But for that, we're gonna have to remove this to regenerate the whole thing. There's a cool custom editor. Did you write it or did you find it online? No, it's cyan. No, I found it. I found it online. It's called Bevy Inspector EGUI, together with Bevy EGUI, because it's a bit custom. Highly recommend. I even contributed one commit with like one line change, but I'm there amongst the contributors. Okay, so this works. I'm still having this issue from time to time, and it's kind of random, which makes me think that this has to do with ordering of the systems, which causes the player to like not update. The physics is being updated properly, but the movement is not being applied to the transform. So my guess would be that there is some system that resets the transform or something like that. But the thing is, I can change the transform here, right? And that I was trying to find something that could cause this, but I have no idea what it would be, because the transform is applied here, right? There's this one system, and at the very end, it does this. And I can like, you know, debug this here, and it's actually happening. Like this code is being executed, the position is being changed, but the translation stays the same. And like, I don't know what the problem is. And it just happens randomly, right? If I open it again, I don't know what is recompiling. I don't think I changed anything, but now it works. Now the physics works correctly. On topic of contribution, I contributed 3 lines to Rust Analyzer. Look, wow, I'm cool. One step at a time, right? The bragging rights have been earned. Maybe if you do it twice, it works all the time. No, no, this, it sounds cursed. Like maybe, yeah, but like I wouldn't accept it as a solution, you know what I'm saying? Like I'd rather figure out what's happening that's causing the transform to not change. But like the funniest part about all of this is that I'm not changing the transformation of anything. Aside from the player, which is this place, and the camera, right? So maybe it's Rapier doing something. I'm not sure. Still, I don't think there's a point to, you know, figuring it out now. Can wait for later. Is Rust Analyzer written in Rust? Just to contribute to the meme? I think it is, isn't it? It would be funny if it wasn't. It would be wicked funny, actually. It's written in TypeScript, actually. It was rewritten in Rust. First it was written in Markdown. I don't know if this is some next level joke. That I don't get. Okay, we have the launchpad. See, but it could be an interactable. Now as I think of it. No, it could not. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Because right now the logic for finding the closest interactable is here. But we will modify it a bit, right? Because in the final game, we kind of wanted to account for the direction that you are moving your joystick. So if you're in a position where like you have one anchor on the left and another on the right, you can sort of bias which one you want to choose by using your right joystick on the controller. But this is not going to be the case with launchpads, so that's why I want to keep them separate. The wizards in the house. Hello again. You're a bit late compared to the last time, but welcome nonetheless. Okay, so again, closest distance, closest launchpad. Target position, we can reuse that. And then our query with launchpads. Now this has to be copy. Okay, and now we're looking for the closest launchpad. So this is something that we're gonna have to handle through like ability unlocks or something like that, right? So right now I'm just commenting the old code and trying to write it using launchpads. Because again, the idea is that at first you need to use launchpads. You need to use these, you know, what's cyan? This would be cyan, right? You need to use these launchpads, and you can only use them to launch, but then you can do it freely wherever you want. So this is doing it freely, and now I'm implementing it using the launchpad. I believe I cannot combine Boolean if statements with let some, so I need to have a nested if statement here. Not yet, at least. I think it's proposed, right? So I can do like end true here. I believe when finding the closest launchpad, we probably want to limit the distance to something like 8. Just so that we need to get, you know, close to the launchpad. And then maybe we also want to snap the current position precisely to the launchpad. That could be a good idea as well. Unfortunately, not being a human and needing sleep, I shall say goodbye. Wish you productive coding. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a great sleep. And thank you for being here. Okay, the physics is getting out of control. It didn't work twice in a row. Okay, so now pressing shift doesn't do anything. But if I'm close to the launchpad, I can do it now. Okay, so a few things. I probably want to not press but active, so that we can just hold the button, and if we run through the launchpad, it will immediately activate. Why not solve all the warnings? Also nice progress. I can tell you why. So most of these warnings can be solved technically by running cargo. What's the name of the command? You know, the thing that like cleans errors. But the problem is that I have some custom features here. And so running this command would like remove this import, despite the fact that it's used, but it considers it not being used because it only considers this one feature, right? So I would need to, if I wanted to get rid of the warnings, I would need to, you know, manually remove all of the unused imports. And I just, you know, I do this from time to time, but I don't try to, you know, have 0 warnings all the time. Because like most of them are either, oh, I'm not using this variable right now, or I'm having unused imports. Also, thank you for saying nice progress. I don't know if I said that. My favorite is launchpads that launch you just by running over it, like from N++ game. Oh, we had them in the initial, in the first version of Astortion. And then they, because it was basically like copied from Portal, right? In my case, I just stole it from Portal, as I do with everything. But yeah, I don't know if I want them. I don't feel like they work that well in a 2D game. We'll see though, we'll see. For now, what we can do is expand this launch state. And instead of charge, we can also have snap. And the snap would have some position here. So vector 2. So what's cool about this is that now we can go here to update free run, wherever that is. And in this specific case, we can enter, instead of entering charge state, we can enter snap state and use the launchpad's position, which we don't have currently. So let me quickly store that too. Maybe a global transform. Maybe actually just a vector too. No point copying the whole transform. Okay, so we don't care about these things. And then this is the position that we want to snap to. Oh. So now I believe this is mostly the same for both of them. Snap. And then the only difference is that the velocity is gonna be different, right? Okay, hold on, because I'm reading chat. It's alright, you're the first person I know that is making an actual game with Rust. I have seen this first... I've seen the first stream delayed. Looking forward to the next ones. Thanks for sharing your progress. It's very interesting and insightful. I'm happy to hear that. The view is looking more and more interesting. Can you add the rule to ignore the clippy setting? I could do that, right? Or maybe even ignore the entire file. It's 11 p.m. right now in most of Europe. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so see, I shouldn't have simplified this because now we're gonna need the previous one. So once again, we want the control velocity to be based on the launch state. So if we are currently in the default charge state, ooh, but I would need a match. Hold on, match is gonna be better here because then I can easily extract the value. Yeah, if we are in the snap state, I'm gonna steal the position here. And then for everything else, we just want to use 0 because we just want to freeze in place wherever we are. And then again, difference is gonna be control velocity minus our current velocity. And we're gonna be adding the difference with our damping, which is 16, which should be really cool. Should really like nicely snap us to the position, I think, maybe, hopefully. If we calculate it correctly though. So now we want to change our velocity so that we go towards the desired position, right? So we're gonna take the vector from where we are right now to the desired position. And the velocity would be just that. Gonna need some spring. What was it previously? 30. Let's actually steal those, because why not? Yeah, so it's gonna be the position times damping minus velocity. No, not times damping, times spring. Minus velocity times damping. And all of this times time, delta. Yeah, if that works, crazy if it works. No, it doesn't compile. Ooh. We can't have equal for partial equal. And we also cannot have partial equal. Okay, the default actually doesn't matter that much. It could be charged. I'm gonna go to sleep too. Have a good day or night whenever you are. Thank you and have a great sleep. Okay, now we just need to truncate this. And truncate that. Okay, it actually compiled. It is snapping us a little bit, but like only a little bit. Oh, it's a bitsy, kind of bit. And I think the problem is that we don't actually use any sort of speed. So if we just multiply it by speed to get the actual velocity, the spring should work as expected. Oh, yeah, okay. Perfect. We're being stopped perfectly in the middle. So now we can really like increase the distance, because if we are, you know, too far, we will still be snapped to the middle of it. So where is it? Here. I feel like we can safely go for something like 12. $12 would be like half of the sphere. Yeah, so I guess maybe even like 24. Whatever. I'm sort of thinking about, you know, making sure that what you can do with a launchpad is sort of predictable. So you can, you know, sort of cheat by standing too far from it and then launching yourself to the right and reaching something that you're like not supposed to reach. Although that's a creative solution, you know, I'd rather make sure that you're being launched from the same position always. Yeah, okay. We could probably even make it look a bit nicer if we move it up, because then we would be sort of floating above the air a little bit. I mean, almost. The only problem is that ground snapping is preventing us. So I guess let's leave it this way. I'm gonna need to find a way to like disable ground snapping entirely in specific cases. Yeah, okay. Maybe also let's modify this a little bit. Player launch ability, and I know that we're adding quite a lot of things into the player controller, and we're probably gonna have to split it eventually, but for now it's whatever. So yeah, the 3-step progression is, first we have only launch pads. Maybe let's use a singular form, a launch pad, and then next is grounded, and then anywhere. Now we're gonna add this here. And now here, hold on, we're gonna need some actual equal right here. I guess partial equal would also work, but whatever. So when we're resetting the launch count, if our ability is equal to, I don't know why it doesn't show me competition for that. If it's anywhere, this only applies to anywhere, right? Because this is specific to, like, oh, we want to have sort of a double launch when we are on the ground, because we also want to be able to launch afterwards in the air. But if we are already in the air, we only want one launch count. But then otherwise for like grounded and launchpad abilities, actually, maybe can I turn this into a match statement? Yeah. Oh no, not like this. What do you mean? Hold on. Let's see if I can hint it towards what I want to do. I want to turn this into a match statement. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Never mind. Oh, I'm gonna have to type it manually, I guess. Oh, hold on. Oh no, okay. I thought for a second that I cannot match it because it doesn't implement some trait, but that's not how it works. So for grounded, that's really simple. We just set the launch count based on the is grounded. Parameter. So if we are on the ground, we want to have one ability, otherwise we don't have the ability at all. And then the final branch would be to always have one, because we won't be able to use it anyway without being next to a launch pad, so it doesn't matter if we are in the air or not. It's my current guess, at least. So let's match over this ability here. Now anywhere and grounded are pretty much the same, and that's the code. And launchpad is this new thing right here. Oh wait, I'm missing an arrow here. By the way, you can allow deny lints in full workspace, and or you can cargo fix all features to enable all features, so it will not give you warnings if it is used in some feature. See, but I think the problem with this other thing, is that I'm also using not, right? So like these two are like exclusive. If reload is not enabled, then this is not used. But if reload is enabled, then this is not used, or the other way around. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like, you know, I only do this in this one simple file that I never edit. So I guess, you know, I could just ignore this file in Clippy. It's doable. It's definitely doable. Okay, I did something wrong here when copying the code, haven't I? Yeah, I left out this whole if statement, which may or may not be important. And by may, I mean definitely is. Okay. I'm sort of, I'm thinking about launchpads in the air as well, though. Because I feel like if we have only the grounded ability, we could still technically have a launchpad in the air, which could be fun. And right now it wouldn't work because it would just ignore it completely. So maybe we do need a separate branch for this. Yeah, but we'll get there when we get there. I don't think there's a point in overcomplicating this right now. Hey, I frequent the main channel, but I don't usually catch live streams. I see that you've been streaming really often recently. Are you planning on continuing daily streams for the time being? Ooh, I'm not sure. My current plan is to live stream every day till the end of the week. So I'm gonna be live tomorrow and on Saturday and probably on Sunday. Probably not at the same time as right now. But then I'm gonna see, because they are a bit exhausting, I guess. You know, like physically speaking, I'm just tired after them. But it may be just because I'm not used to them, right? So this is sort of something that I want to see. But regardless, I'm definitely gonna continue live streaming like at least twice a week. That would be my goal. Like if I cannot manage live streaming daily, then I would try live streaming at least twice a week. So I guess we'll see. But I will be here tomorrow, and I will be here on the weekend as well. Again, maybe on the weekend I want to try some more Europe-friendly kind of time. See how that would go. Very cool. I look forward to them. Awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. Okay, so I did a lot of refactoring and it changed nothing. Now I realize, because yeah, like we're still only having the launchpad ability, and it seems to work well. But yeah, at least we don't have commented out code. So let's try what's gonna happen if the default one is like grounded. I don't think that 1 week is enough to get used to daily streaming. What do you mean? I don't have time. I need to get used to immediately. Yeah, but like that's the point, right? If I'm not gonna like get used to them, but I am getting used to them. Like it becomes easier to do them. But then I'm just gonna start with smaller doses, right? And maybe I'm gonna increasingly increase. I don't know if this is the best way to say that, but you know, steadily increase the amount of streams per week. Okay, so now I can launch from the ground and I cannot launch from the air. That's perfect. And then the final one, oh, hold on, is anywhere. I just realized that this is editable through the inspector. I could have just edited that because it's just an enum. Talking about using your tools. Just curious, but where are you from? You can actually check that if you go to the About section. I'm from Poland. But we don't talk about that. Okay, so now we have the mid-air as well. And it should only allow us to do this once from within air. Okay, so here I'm gonna show you what I meant. I can just go here to player physics, player controller, and I can just change it, right? So now it's only launchpad. And it only works on the launchpad. Here's only grounded. Yeah, so that's perfect. Yeah, I would call Launchpad completed, logic-wise. Could be refactored, definitely. But yeah, that would be it. Jake and Alex says hello. Hello. I feel like you've been here before though. Launchpad is completed actually. Well, I probably already read it, but forgot for some reason. Yeah, maybe, could be. Not an important piece of information. I was here earlier. Yeah, okay. So, I'm gonna take a little break again, 5 minutes, and I'm gonna be back, and we're gonna start working on the movable boxes. That's the current goal. All of this is completed. Maybe this needs some more work, but I feel like we can move on to this. Okay, 5 minutes. So NoxFGC says, should there be any benefit to using a launchpad when the mode is grounded? Currently grounded and anywhere make launchpads useless? No. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like even in the way we handle it, right? If we have these abilities, we don't even consider a launchpad. We only do that here. That is true. Because that's sort of the idea, right? The idea is that it's a progression. We start with a launchpad, with needing a launchpad, and then after upgrading, we don't need it because we can use that ability anywhere on the ground. So we sort of get our own, mobile or mobile, I don't know, launchpad that we can use wherever we want. Although there is one case, right, which is when you have the grounded ability, but the launchpad is in mid-air. It's like if we assume something like that with an anchor here, and then there's a launchpad, and then another launchpad here, and then another launchpad here, right? You could technically use the anchor to like get some momentum, reach this first launchpad, right? Launch yourself here, and then here, and then here, and maybe reach the other side. Here, if you have only the grounded ability, you kinda still need those launch pads, because grounded only allows you to launch from the ground. So this is what I'm thinking about. Maybe we should allow for something like that. Let's actually try setting it up. I'm gonna find this curve and the first walkable. I'm gonna change this a little bit. I also need to sort of improve the way we edit these walkable sections because it's a disaster right now. I'm also probably gonna have to edit this a little bit. Let's make it automatic. Just so that it's a little bit smoother. Yeah, whatever. Oh, that's the wrong hold on, wrong script. Did it work? Presumably. Yeah, that should be enough. Okay, so what else do we need? We need some sort of an anchor here. And then a little row of launch pads, something like that, maybe. Does it make sense? Ooh, well, that's a problem. Is it because the hook is too close to the ground? Or is it too far away? Yeah, it's a bit too far away. Okay, that's interesting. So that's definitely going on the to-do list when it comes to the hooks. Okay, that's gonna be difficult to execute. Okay, so the spacing can definitely be bigger. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, and then you can do this. I feel like this can be even bigger of a gap. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. That's interesting. Because I'm trying to use space for launch pads, but that's for the anchor. Maybe this should be the same button. But it definitely cannot be the same button for launching yourself in the air. I don't know. Maybe it's just getting... Maybe it just requires getting used to. Oh yeah, we can do that. Totally. Some level design. I guess one day we're gonna put an elevator here, I suppose. The game did not enjoy that. Yeah, okay. I keep running the wrong script. The one that doesn't have, you know, updated systems. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. If grounded, player has to activate the launch, but in mid-air, the launch pad activates automatically. That makes sense. Yeah, it is interesting. Let's see. It shouldn't be difficult to add. If input is active, or no, we cannot do that. We cannot do that because, I mean, I guess we could somehow do it. Hold on, let me think about this. Because we are holding this state, this charging state, for as long as the button is being held. So if it was automatic, it would always have to be timed. I do kind of want to test it though. Okay, so let's test it in a broken way, I guess. It's either the dash is active or we are not grounded. Could be fun. Yeah, it is nice that it captures us automatically, but it sort of having to wait for the timer to run out is nullifying the effect a bit. It's just not as responsive as, you know, I would expect. But see, the thing about the current implementation though, which is something that I forgot, is that you can just hold the button. And as long as you hold the button, you don't need to be near the launchpad. As long as you hold the button and enter the area where the launchpad is, you will automatically sort of get attached to it. So like right now, I'm gonna continuously hold shift, right? And it sort of achieves the same effect, except I can immediately, you know, release myself whenever I want. I'm starting to like all these things. Now we just need to make some levels. Yeah, but first, picking up boxes. Because, you know, is it really a puzzle game if there are no boxes that you can pick up? What were we doing today? Tunnels and launching. Okay. So I guess we're gonna start with a box. If you can pick up a box, then it isn't a game. If you cannot pick up a box, yeah, that's true. Absolutely true. What's gonna be the name of it? Can I call it a cube? What do we want here? I suppose we're gonna make it into like a spawner, right? So you're not really gonna store the cube, you're just gonna store some sort of a flag that tells us where the cube should be spawned. Yeah, nothing is necessary here. I'm just gonna add this right there. Maybe with a little circle. What would be the color? Why is the color not imported? Oh, because we need to configure this as a module. So, a cube. What colors do we have? Do we have yellow? I don't think so. Oh, there's yellow-green. That sounds like an awful color. Let's see. We're gonna register this type as per usual. And then the actual component is gonna be just cube, right? And we're just gonna make a cube spawner. Gonna take some commands. Get all of the entities with a cube spawner. Oh, and I suppose we also need the transform. Maybe just transform. Doesn't really matter. I guess I'm gonna go for a transform. For spawner in this query, we're gonna wanna... Oh man, I don't remember how you do that. Spawn, I guess. That makes sense. Oh yeah, we're also gonna take the name from this. Wait, now that I think about this, because we could technically turn this entity into a box, but I don't think we want to do that. Because I'm assuming you're gonna wanna use the spawner again multiple times. Oh, here I go, overthinking everything. Okay, but let's let's just add a spawned flag here. For now. Oh no, but that's gonna be silly. Okay, whatever. Let's just turn this entity into the cube and move on with our lives for now. So we're gonna find this entity and we're just gonna insert what? That's a good question. Probably like a box collider, right? Probably some rigid body. Cuboid, right? How big should the cube be? I'm assuming half of the player size would make sense. Then this has to be a tuple because it's a bundle. And we don't want to return this. Okay. And then we want to remove what is this? Is this removes a bundle? Okay. Remove the cube spawner from here. Hi, hello Alexander. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so now we can just run it on update, whatever. Quick little spawner. This should add the cube wherever the spawner is. So let's add the spawner actually somewhere in here. And we're gonna have to clean up this mess here as well. I've been actually doing some research about Blender's asset system, because it's actually kind of cool. You can save certain scenes or like parts of the scene as an asset, and then you can just like open an asset browser here, and you can just, you know, drag and drop these assets into the scene, and they can be linked so that whenever you update the original scene, they also get updated here. And this is something that we're gonna wanna eventually do, so we don't just, you know, set up everything manually each and every single time. But anyway, this is gonna be a cube. It's gonna be spawned somewhere in here. Okay, we probably want to register this as a plugin as well. Yeah, and now it should work, maybe, presumably. Okay, so there's the cube. It's extremely, extremely, extremely tiny for some reason. My guess would be that where is it? The physics plugin is using 24 pixels per meter. Maybe. And that's why it's so small. Because, okay, let's take a look at the player. Oh no, the ball has 12 units of size. So what's wrong with the cube? Oh, okay. Well, gee, I don't know. Why is it 10 times smaller than it should be? Yeah, but other than that, it got spawned properly and even stopped at the floor. So that's awesome. Here it is in all of its glory. Now, there may be a lot of weird and funky things happening when I try to hit it. Actually, it's not that bad. I can walk on it just fine. But ideally, I don't want it to collide with me, right? Because I don't think that's a feature that we need necessarily. Especially since we're gonna want to pick it up and like move around, so it colliding with us would just open the door to a lot of interesting exploits, I guess. Okay, so let me pull up the documentation for Rapier and see what's happening. Or rather, how to do that, I mean, by what's happening. We want colliders. Creation and intersection. I'm looking for some sort of collision masks, right? Collision groups. Preventing some pairs of colliders from interacting with each other is to use collision groups or solver groups. Each collider is given a collision groups for filtering what pair of colliders should have their contacts or interaction tests Contact forces computer. Okay, so we probably want a full-on collision group. What is a box for, if not for standing on? Dude. What do you mean? For putting it on a button. What kind of question is? How dare you even? You come to my house and you ask that question. No, but like it would make sense if there was like full-blown platforming and jumping. And no, it wouldn't make sense. Is there a 2D platformer that does this, where you have like a box and you stand on the box to jump higher? I'm just kidding though. Reaching high places. Yeah, I know that you're kidding, I know. But generally, I feel like usually the jump height in 2D platformers is so high that a box like this doesn't really influence it that much. Jelly car, maybe. Never heard of it, but maybe. If you stand on a box, you get 50% plus 50 luck. Okay. That is a game mechanic. Jelly car is just a bouncy physics 2D platformer, basically. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. Okay, but you drive as a car. Right? Is this what you're talking about? That's fair enough, but yeah. Make the main character a box. No, it's a circle. No, not box. Strongest box enjoyer versus an average circle enjoyer. It was an old Flash game, I think. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, anyway. Collision groups, how do we use them? It's a mask. Okay, so this is what we are colliding with, and this is what our mask is. Is that right? Yeah, it's probably answered in the documentation, I know. But who's reading documentation? What's the name for this? Collision groups. Oh wait, the first one is memberships and the other is filters. That's interesting. Circles are superior, but hexagons are the bestagons. I see myself out now. Okay. Actually, I love RAS documentations. Yeah, I enjoy them too. If by RAS documentations you mean, the ones in the code, I completely agree. So membership. What is it defined as? Because it's binary. It's binary, but it's only 4 numbers. So is it gonna like append zeros at the end? Because it's meant to be a 32-bit mask, right? Okay, so let's say we are the members of this group and we're only gonna interact with this group. Pretty straightforward. Ooh, what's up? Oh, expected group. Hold on, am I doing something wrong? Oh no, okay. Just need to convert this. So that's cool, there's a dedicated type for that. Or not. Does this game have a soundtrack yet? No, not yet. Okay, so it only implements default. It doesn't implement into for a group. At least not in this file. Interesting. And what is it trying to do? From integer. That's an interesting. I've never seen this actually. Integer means like any integer, like no matter the size or the unsigned or the sign. No, maybe oh, but they don't have an example here. Okay, so let's just use the group because we don't need to do anything advanced anyway. So this is just gonna be, you know, group 1. I suppose. Yeah, that's just 1. And this will also be group 1. Now when spawning curves, we're gonna wanna insert the collision group here as well. Yeah, this is gonna be okay, this has to be group 2, now as I think of it. And it's gonna collide with everything. Okay, and then a cube is gonna also have to collide with group 2, which is ground. Love how these are sorted alphabetically. Okay, and now finally the player, wherever they are gonna need the opposite thing. So they're gonna be group 3, and they're gonna only collide with like group 2 or whatever. They don't even have to collide with themselves, right? I probably should make constants for those, because keeping track of which group belongs to which type of object is gonna be increasingly difficult. But let's just see if this works. Okay, what do we have here? That's not fun. Collision groups. Membership 1, filters 3. Yeah, so 1 and 2. Oh, hold on. It's my custom physics getting in the way, probably, most likely. Because if we go to update physics, we are doing some casting, and the casting is using like a different filter. So I wonder if I can like, groups. Only colliders with collision groups compatible with this one will be included in the scene query. Oh, that makes it even better. Because I don't need to exclude myself, because I'm in a different group now. So all I need is just group 2, which is walls. Yeah. Expected collision groups found group. Ooh, hold on. So it expects the component itself, so we can just steal it from here. That's awesome. Yeah, that's much better because it's gonna be defined only in one place. It's just gonna inherit the collision group of the player. And there is some additional custom logic here. Yeah, so we also have to take care of this. If collider is sensor or collider collision groups test what do you do? Check if interactions should be allowed based on the interaction memberships and filter. Almost. What's up? Expected interaction groups found group. What about this? Collision groups. What about this? I know that there is into implemented for collision groups, I believe, to cast it into interaction groups, if I remember correctly. What if I just do this? No. Okay, maybe I'm misremembering it. Let's see. Yeah, there's from collision groups for interaction groups, so that's kind of weird. Or is it not how into works? Yeah, but this should work, right? Okay. The following other types implement trait from T. So are these different types? The reference groups into? Hold on, because like something's up here. Like why is it considering them? Oh, wait. Okay, this works. Let's try your ideas. Okay, all right. Makes sense. Now try building it. It's the same thing. Yeah, that's what I thought it was, but I gave up too fast. And then realized that I need to dereference it. What were we doing? No. Why? Do you use some fancy Vim shortcuts? No, I use the keyboard shortcuts. Like like, I don't know what's the name for them. When I use like alt keys and stuff, right? So if I go to definition, it's like Control V, and then going back is like Control dot, and then displaying documentation is like Control Q. And then to navigate, I use like end and home and page up and page down, stuff like that. So I'm not as efficient as a Vim programmer, unfortunately. I tried using Vim. I had a period like that in my life, and I installed Arch Linux on my computer. I still have it, and I spent like 2 days setting up my custom Vim setup, and I actually liked it. And I'm probably gonna go back to it eventually. But my main problem with the Linux setup in general is that I couldn't make the font rendering work correctly. Like, it just looked ugly. And I know that it's not a Linux fault, right? Because I used to work on an Ubuntu distribution back in my previous work, and it rendered fonts correctly. So I'm pretty sure it's possible to set it up. But when I tried, I crashed my system, and then I gave up. I was like, next time I'm gonna go back to it. Yeah, that's my story. Anyway, why isn't it working? If isn't a sensor. Okay, let's eliminate some things first, maybe, because I feel like it's gonna be easier this way. So let's just avoid this entire thing, right? This whole like intersection prevention going on here. So now there is a possibility of like phasing through the wall. Okay, so it is that. Now we're not colliding with it. Perfect. At least we know that much. I also have this problem now when it comes to like using shortcuts, that like I constantly need to grab my mouse to drag the game window over here, and it messes up with my brain because then I go back to like mouse mode for no reason whatsoever. I need to figure out if I can like configure the window to launch on this monitor and not on the main monitor, because that would be that would save a lot of time. Don't know if you learned the key bindings, but you should just try to learn the key bindings and use it at the start. Yeah, the key bindings are abysmal. The fact that navigating through the code is HJKL and not something like JIKL that's a criminal offense. The fact that people just like accepted that and like, yeah, sure, whatever. Let's have them all in one straight line. Okay, dude. Yeah, but I spent like a week after setting up Vim, which I really enjoyed, because it's not. I know that some people find this overwhelming, but I had my setup. I enjoyed it. I spent like a week using it, and I got even used to the key bindings. Not to the point where I'm like, oh, I love them and I cannot imagine coding without them. You know what I'm saying? But I can sense that, yeah, I could get used to it and I could get good at it. It's just not the time yet, In window plugin where you did window title too. Yeah, I'm assuming that it probably is possible. I'm gonna check it out in just a moment. There's a history behind HJKL. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. Somebody said that down and up are most used though, and with HJKL, they are on different fingers, not the same middle finger. It's like, yeah, but you never press them at the same time though. And with like, here's the thing, with the current setup, technically you're supposed to press J and H with the same finger, right? That's the index finger part of keyboard. So you cannot really do like going to the left and going to the up at the same time. Just saying. I know I don't want to argue about that because like, it's a losing battle. There's an entire community of people using this scheme. There's a reason as to why it's HJKL, it's history. Like, yeah, like, when is history not the reason? Okay, hold on. What were we doing? So this is clearly passing. I'm stupid. Aren't I? It's just an and not or. So because previously, if it wasn't a sensor, that was enough to enter the if block. Yeah, now we're talking. Look at this phasing through the box. Perfect. Now on to picking up. But before we implement picking up, I need a little break. So once again, I'm gonna leave you to your Vim discussions, and I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes. Okay, back at it again. The logo animation is just chef's kiss. Thank you very much. But we are not gonna look at it any longer, unfortunately. I was thinking about something when it comes to moving boxes, right? Which is, how do you want to implement this? So my initial idea was, and it still kind of is, that the player, you know, would get into the proximity of the box. And I don't know why the box is bigger than the player here. And then upon picking it up, the box is just gonna sort of levitate next to them, right? And then as we move, it sort of follows us with like a little damping motion. I think that would be the best approach. But then something that will unavoidably happen is that players will may get this box stuck somewhere, right? Like you can technically, I don't know, imagine that like you're falling and there's maybe like a wall here and you fall on this side, but the box falls on this side. And then presumably the box would have to break off. Like you would need to automatically, because there's like, there are two options, right? Either the box breaks off and you let go of it, or it sort of snaps back if it detects like, oh, we are too far away. And I find myself always annoyed when the breaking off happens in other games, especially like when it's a first person game, like, you know, something like Portal or I don't know, Viewfinder, right? Where you like pick up an object, the entropy center. How many Portal-like games can I name? Subliminal. When you pick up an object in front of you and you like, you know, make it stuck somewhere and then you go too far away and the player just like lets go of the box. Disable world collision for the box when carrying it, but that's gonna look kinda silly, I think. I like the idea of having a box collision. Because then what if you release the box while it's penetrating something? That's a problem. Because sadly, our grant is represented using polylines, and rapier, I mean, it's not a rapier thing. Generally speaking, there is no concept of inside when it comes to a polyline. So if you happen to like pass through the polyline, you're just gonna fall through it. It has no way of detecting like, oh crap, you are inside of me. You need to be pushed outside. Like, you know, any convex collider would be able to tell that. So we sort of cannot afford the box penetrating the ground. I think I would go for the snapping thing. Just like, oh, the box is too far away. Let's teleport it to the player. And like whatever. It's gonna. I would start with that and then maybe experiment with other things. Avitown said Gravitas. Is this like a game? Wanna check out? That's it. Oh, it is a game on Steam. Short first-person puzzle platformer. I've never heard of it. Similar to the games you've played. Oh my god, would you look at that? Overwhelmingly positive. Why haven't I heard about this? And it's for free? Oh my god. Okay, I'm adding this to my library, I guess. I recommend strongly. I'm gonna definitely play it this weekend. Hold on. When focusing on the main objective, Gravitas is about 51 minutes in length. Okay, so that's a really nice weekend game. I'm always like, I don't know if I'm weird, but whenever a game takes like more than 30 hours to complete, I'm like, I don't know if I want to play it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a type of person who like needs to complete the game immediately after starting. So if I start playing a game, I'm just gonna play it, 16 hours a day. So I'm usually playing games on my weekend, and if a game is too long to complete it in one weekend, I'm like, I don't know, dude. What do you mean I should space my gaming time? Or you could use it as a mechanic. You mean detaching the box? Have you considered adding gravity streams similar to Portal 2's funnels? What do you mean? Have I considered? I've been working on it this stream. Here there are. You can like jump into it. You can escape from it. Oh, sorry, I just got here. No, I was, saying it jokingly. Yeah, we do have. I even call them, extraction tunnels. So like, it couldn't be any more ripping off Portal, but I really enjoy them. Yeah, so this is what we've been doing for like the first 1 hour, 2 hour of this live stream. All right. What were you saying? Hold on. Like you need line of sight between you and the box to have the link. Yeah, so that would be like the letting off sort of mechanic too. Or I guess, yeah, in this case it wouldn't be based on the distance, but on the line of sight. We'll see how it goes. I buy games with time in mind, 100% agree with you. Yeah, so that's great. I'm not insane. Okay. So would picking up a box be a different control? I think so, right? If you were playing on a gamepad, what would you use to lift a box? Assuming that the game doesn't have jumping or fighting for that matter. Actually, we have all the entire, all 4 buttons to choose from. RT? That's an interesting choice. You mean like RT and hold it? Also, hold on. Can you see that? Hold on a second. Do you see that? You know what it is? It's my controller drifting. I hate it so much. I bought an Xbox controller like 2 months ago, and it's already drifting. And my DualShock from like 7 years ago still doesn't have a drift. It's crazy. Anyway, what were we saying? RT and like hold it to move it, right? Those sort of imply that's what we want to do. I don't think I don't think it should be something that you hold. I think it should be normal by default. Not normal. How do you say it? Toggle, right? So you just press the button once and then it follows you everywhere. Because the idea is that you can do, everything else that you can do here. So I can, use an anchor and the box is still following me through all of this. So no world collision, snap to player on release. My suggestion, snapping be a very fast lerp. I would do press to grab, press again to release, yeah. I agree with the press to grab, press to release. A maybe. Yeah, we're gonna go with A. I think so too. Anyway, that's like the least important thing ever. Yeah, so let's go to the input, wherever shall it be, right here. I'm gonna do some new actions here. Okay, so first of all, this is no longer an anchor. This is interactable. This is not a dash. This is launch. This technically should be interactable too because it's a box. So maybe let's just call it a pickup. Okay, and now let's add these. So for a keyboard, that would just be E, right? I think there's no discussion here. I think it should be E. And then here that would be what is it? South, right? Okay, let me just make sure that it works before we proceed. Oh, wrong shortcut. In the free run, let's just we can actually only debug this, I guess. Pickup active. Let's see. Oh, restart the task. I'm also thinking if there's gonna be anything else that we can pick up. And if we want to make it, you know, look at this, it works. You can now see the console output. And if we want to make this generic and not just a cube, but you know, have multiple things that we can pick up. I guess we could do that. Will I regret this? I don't think I will. I feel like that's kind of idiomatic. I'm gonna make a pickable. I don't I don't know if this name makes sense. It should be like pickupable and not pickable, but whatever. Who cares? It's not an enum, it's gonna be just a struct. Hold on, because now I'm actually interested. I'm reading the Webster dictionary, by the way, if you're interested. Able or suitable to be picked. But that's not, pick up and pick is not the same thing, right? Wait, where's the definition? Why do I not know how to holdable? That makes more sense. Why don't I know how to use a dictionary? Why is there no definition of the word picked? Kids definition. Okay, that's for me. Selected as being the best available. Yeah, I guess. Okay, can we actually maybe wait, how do you do that? Interactable. How do you replace this? I'm new to Visual Studio Code, okay? Oh, okay. Can I open this when I'm here, like using my keyboard? Is it possible? I guess I can shift tab. I don't like that. There's gotta be some better shortcut. Okay, anyway. Definitely saved some time there, renaming those. Control Shift R? No. Control F opens the pop-up. Yeah, and then Control Shift R? No. Control H? Oh, okay. If I'm here, okay, it immediately opens that. All right. And is there a way to do this? Control Alt Enter, and this is just Enter. That's not true. Oh, it is. Oh, okay. And if you hold Control, you do a new line. Okay. That's weird. I mean, it's not weird. It's just not what I'm used to. I'm used to this this scheme where like holding Control and pressing Enter commits an action, right? And then just using Enter adds a new line. Which is how it works here in the message box. Okay, so we have a holdable. We just need to add it somewhere here. Holdable plugin. It's gonna go here. Cursor on a symbol, then rename symbol F2. Yeah, I know that, but these are different symbols, right? Because the reason I wanted to do string replacement is because this is a holdable plugin and this is a holdable. So if, you know, by just replacing holdable, I could technically replace all of the occurrences. I know about F2. That's a really, I don't know. I don't know how to describe that. I'd say it's a really fundamental thing to know, right? Apologies, I'm stirring my tea. I don't know how it sounds in the microphone. Maybe not at all. Or maybe it sounds abysmal. Vim is scary. Rust reminds me of C#. Not all editors have F2 though. Yeah, but like, you know, the concept of the renaming the symbol action, like in IntelliJ, it's like Shift and F6, for example. Right? But like this, I don't know, I just feel like that's the first thing you look up how to do. I don't know, maybe it's just, to me, it's not important. Anywho, we have the holdable tag, and now we're gonna have to add it to our cube. somewhere. We can do that in the spawner. Doesn't really matter. This is an interesting balance to sort of strike, right? Like how much of the components you want to spawn at runtime versus how many of them you want to store in the scene file. I guess in my case it doesn't matter that much because I can recreate the entire scene file automatically. So like it's not gonna cause any issues, I think. Do you already have a composer in mind to do the music? Yeah, I have one person that I have yet to contact. That's on my like priority list, but nothing is certain yet. But I will definitely, seek help of other people based on, revenue split. Since God knows I cannot afford a composer, out of my own pocket. But I feel like having a revenue split is like fair enough, right? But that's also why I want to wait with it until, I have the concrete game. So that, the composer can be sure that the game is gonna be released and that they're not investing their time into a project that will never be finished. Would you be open to others? Yeah. I think I just answered that question. Anyway. Again, wrong shortcut. Update free run state, I guess, for now. Do we want to pick up things only during free run? I think so. Look at this. Not me duplicating the same code for the third time. This time we're finding the closest holdable though. There's gotta be a way to abstract that, right? Eventually. I'm seeing the pattern, although, the problem is that we will change this. This will eventually be different. But this could be a function. Now, I've sent an email to you. I would be very interested in doing it voluntarily. I've stopped talking about it in chat now. Email goes into more detail. Gonna check out the email. Although I don't know. I don't like the concept of like voluntary work when I'm benefiting from it financially. Like it made sense for Solomon Link because it was a free game. Try out using macros for it. Are you talking about like... I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about Rust macros, or are you talking about IDE macros for like string replacement and stuff? Proc macros. Or for the search. Okay, I see. I mean, not now. Because again, like this is gonna change, right? So we only have 2 instances of the same thing. But I don't think we would even need a macro. This could be just a generic function, right? With the generic parameter being like this. And then we just have to make sure that the iterator has like the transform as the first element, and then the rest is like this. I think it would be doable this way. But with a macro, it's done in compile time. Is the smallest overhead, but it's cool. Yeah, but like if it was a generic function called twice with different type arguments, it would end up being two separate functions, right? And then the compiler could just inline them. So I feel like you could end up with the same code. I don't know though. I know next to nothing about Rust, right? Don't listen to me. I hope I'm not trying to, speak with authority or anything like that. I'm just guessing. Anyway, closest holdable. I guess we only need an entity, nothing else. Walkables, tunnels, force fields. We could probably split these searches into like separate systems, right? So we don't query everything in this one system, but have like one system that finds the closest interactable, another system that finds the closest launchpad, and so on. Holdables. I would like to have an entity and a holdable. Or not even holdable. I don't care about holdable. Just want the width. Okay. Oh wait, I'm silly. No, I need the global position. What am I talking about? I was looking at force fields and they tricked me into thinking that I don't need those. Okay. Let's maybe move it here for now. We're definitely gonna need some state in the player again to store the fact that we are holding onto something. The default's gonna be none, as always. Wait, I got lost. Where's my library? Oh, here. Okay. So I guess this whole thing is only viable if we're not holding anything. We probably don't need to, search for the closest holdable if we are already holding something. Oh wait. Is the player gonna be able to move while holding something? I'm assuming that they can. Yes, 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 yes. You will be able to do, everything. Going through like force fields, using anchors and stuff like that. And the cube is just gonna follow you. Shouldn't pickup be hold? Be renamed to hold? Now as I think of it. Again, I guess we can just query for active or test for active so that you can hold the button beforehand, and the moment you enter the reach of some cube, you're gonna pick it up immediately. I think that would be fun because you can just run past some cube and immediately pick it up without having to like stop and make sure that, you know, you synchronize the press of the button with you moving past the cube. Okay, so if we have some holdable, and then we press pick up again, then we're gonna wanna drop it. Hello, I wanted to ask if you still have some of your learning resources for Unity editor scripting saved and could share them in the Discord, or what helped you most in learning it. The biggest resource for Unity editor scripting was looking through the source code of the localization package by Unity. It's an official package by them, and the source code is available publicly, and you can just scavenge through it. I don't have any other resources really, other than, you know, the Unity docs, because I'm that type of learner. I just, you know, look at other people's code and try to figure out how it works. This is what works best for me when learning. So again, it's a localization package. That's the name of it. Yeah. It's a really complex package because, you know, it's meant to be this ultimate solution to localization. So it supports, you know, swapping locale at runtime, having different textures for different languages, right? All of that stuff. Everything is built on top of addressables, so you can load it at runtime. All of the good stuff. And it's relatively new, so it also technically highlights, you know, the good practices, I guess. Assuming how many good practices you can get from, you know, the creators of Unity. Did you know Rust all that well when you considered to switch to Bevy, or did you just learn it to do so? Yeah, I'm learning it right now. Yes, I knew next to nothing about Rust when I switched to Bevy. And it's been like a month of me just learning Rust, mostly from Bevy. I still have to go through the Rust book. That's on my to-do list, I know, because right now I'm literally guessing the syntax from like looking at other people's code. That's what I'm doing. I'm like, you know, doing something and I see that somebody is doing a structure like that, you know, let sum equals, and then you can say else and return, right? I'm like, oh, I can do that. And from then on, I use this, right? This is how I, you know, learn language. Again, I think it's a specific way of learning things. Not sure if I would recommend it to everybody. We only switched to Rust a month ago. Yeah. Like I had a phase about 3 years ago when I wanted to learn Rust, and I spent like a week coding in it, and that's about it. And then I forgot everything, went back to it, and now we're here. So, you know, bear with me. Guessing right more often than not, though, yeah. I'm like a large language model, dude. My friend made his chess game in Rust, I think. This sounds like a really cool learning project, right? Making a chess engine. I think Sebastian Lake had an entire like tournament, right, where people could like send their own chess engines a few months ago. Sebastian's vids are awesome. Yeah, that is true. I can give you the GitHub repo somewhere if you wanted to check it out. You mean the chess game? I mean, I don't think it would be that useful unless it's in Bevy, you know? Can you, whatever that is in it? I don't know what you mean. You're gonna have to explain yourself. Okay, it's a chess move. All right. Where was I? Oh, then if we press again, we release it. Okay, that makes sense. So now I would guess moving the pickable could be a separate system. Doesn't really matter here that much. There is a problem though. Okay, hold on. The problem is that if we're not in this state, we won't be able to release the pickable. The holdable, excuse me. Because it's not gonna register that it got pressed. Okay, so this logic should actually be in a system that runs every time, I think, for now. Then we can think about some nicer solution. For now, we're just gonna, after updating physics, we're gonna update holdable. And we're getting, it's getting a bit tight in this file, but whatever. What do we need here? We're gonna need the player. Presumably it's transform. And then we're gonna need its tag, which is player, I believe. And we also need to make this exclusive. So it's with player, but without holdable. Because the next query is gonna get the holdable. So that's gonna be transforms with holdable, but without player. And we're also gonna need the player controller here. How else would we know? How else would we know? You know what the holdable is? Maybe mutable, because we're gonna wanna let go of it as well. Something's missing. Okay. And then the input resource. Here, okay. Is it missing something? What's... Oh, another closing bracket. Okay, so let's take the take out the controller and the transform. From the player query. And then let's extract the entity that we are currently holding. Oh, it's in the controller. Ooh. What's wrong here? Okay, because that's a result and not an option. Yeah. Controller holdable. Actually, we can probably get the full transform if we do and or and then here. And then we're just gonna take the entity out and get the entity back from the holdable query. Do we want to do this though? No. It looks nice, but we need to handle the other case, I'm afraid. I'm gonna get the transform and then else, in the case that the holdable is holding some wrong entity, we want to modify the controller and like let go of that entity because apparently it's a wrong entity, something is wrong with it. So it's a none. Okay, so for now, let's just this has to be mutable. Maybe holdable transform, yeah, to not overshadow the thing. I guess we can just do this, right? Can I do that? Is it legal? No, it's not. If I dereference it. No. Why? Oh, I need to get mutable, don't I? And now if I dereference it. Okay. Controllers behind a mutable reference. Yeah, again, get single mutable. And the player query has to be mutable now. This could be holdables actually, makes more sense. Okay. This should technically simply move the holdable to our current position, if there's any. We are still live. It's 2 AM. What time is it at you? At me, it's 1 AM. But I woke up at 4 p.m. So it's kind of like the morning still for me. Oh, you've got a Twitch channel, nice. Yes, I do. I do happen to be streaming on Twitch as well. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. Let me just make sure that the state of the player is gonna change correctly. So, holdable is none right now. Pressing E should make me grab this box. If it's close enough, which I think it is. So what's up with this orange circle? Has it always been here? What is this? It's crazy. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's the selection being displayed in this way. I'm pressing E. We're holding it. Oh my god, we are holding it. Physics does not like that, but we are holding it. And I cannot let go of it. Oh, okay, because that's not implemented yet. So here, if we are holding, if we are holding a holdable, we're gonna want to check for, you know, the release signal. And we're gonna do this as well. And this should technically release the box. Is this UI Bevy or it's made by you for the game debugging and stuff? It's made partially by me. I just arranged it, but the inspector is from this Bevy inspector EGUI package, right? So I just set it up that pressing tab reveals, you know, these two panels, and, you know, added some like basic selection to, you know, pressing on stuff. But all of this is, you know, pre-made. You're not gonna catch me spending so much time on editors so as to, you know, especially since this is crazy. Like, look at this. Where's the player controller, right? I pick up the box. Oh, I have the wrong button. And it like allows me to inspect the entity inside of this, even despawn it. What is going on? Like, clearly a lot of work was put into that. This is why I cannot wait for Bevy to have like a built-in editor, because that would be awesome. Okay, so this is gonna be again press and not release, because we want to hold it. That's the name, I suppose. I thought you stopped wanting to make editor tools. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I didn't make it. All I did was just display it and add a selection. But that's debugging. That's not editing. Okay, editing is done by the inspector. Okay, hold on. I'm picking it up. I'm not pressing anything. It's clear that the cube is aggregating velocity, right, continuously. We're probably gonna have to do something about that. But I then release it, and it does not work. That's interesting. Okay. See, I was trying to be fancy. And it backfired, as always. What is happening is that I'm checking if button is being actively pressed, which means that when I'm pressing it to release it, it immediately repicks it up, if that makes sense. So the easiest solution would be to just do press. For now, we're gonna revisit this. I'm super happy to see a serious game being built in Bevy. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? We'll see what comes out of it. But yeah, I've been really enjoying Bevy. Oh no, the order of system is making it not work. Okay, I guess we need to handle it properly. Whatever. How do you want to do that though? No, it looks like it does the same thing but backwards. Yeah, exactly. Grab is active E, drop is release of E. That's a roundabout way, but I like it. That's still not gonna work. I'm gonna test it, but I don't think it's gonna work. I think it's still gonna... Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna test it just because it's gonna be fun if it does work. No, it doesn't. I mean, it does if I hold E, right? But that's not what we're striving for. No, hold on. There has to be a way. There has to be like a simple way, and I think I know it. Hear me out. What if we just take this, right? And we just move it here. So now we don't need to worry about anything else. This does mean that we can pick it up anytime, but it may be good actually. So then we just do else if, right? So we can only enter one branch at a time. And we're gonna need the entity here as well. Target transform, for now it's local, but it doesn't matter. I don't think I'm gonna be parenting these anytime soon. transform translation truncate. What's okay? This is not a function. And this is a tuple. Hey, just got here. Nice to see you streaming. Well, hello. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you too. Okay. Still doesn't work. Wait, have I changed the... No, okay, never mind. And... Okay, let's try this. I guess that's gonna be the same as previously. This probably should be pressed instead of active, but I'm gonna check it in just a second. Needs another flag just grabbed or something. Yeah, like either this. Yeah, or if input events had like an ID that would be incremented each time you press a button, then we could store that ID, right? And be like, oh, it's the same event that made me grab it, so it shouldn't make me ungrab it. It shouldn't make me ungrab it. Sorry if you have already shown this on stream, but what approach have you tried in order to reduce rebuild times? I assume you have dynamic linking, but are you using stuff like zthreads, 8, etc.? Yeah, so I have the, all of the setup from the documentation, which is, opt level 3 for external packages, opt level 1 for my packages. When it comes to the configuration here, I have the zthreads to 0, which is like the default. I'm using the LLD linker, and I'm also using nightly channel. And then I have a hot reload setup, but it broke during this live stream. And I don't know how to fix it other than recompiling the entire project, which is like 15 minutes of waiting. So we're just using the normal, which at this point we probably would gain back the 15 minutes, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Back to square one. So now if we change this to press, for now it's gonna work. Do you work full-time on this project? Yes, I work full-time on Astortion and on my YouTube channel and on Motion Canvas, which is an animation library that I use to make my videos. That's sort of the type of things that I do. I usually tend to like split work into weeks. So, this week I'm working on this thing, another week I'm working on a different thing, because I'm not really good at context switching, right? Ideally I would be like, okay, today I'm gonna spend 5 hours doing this, 3 hours doing that, 2 hours doing something else, right? But I tend to really like focus on one specific thing. Oh no. It worked the second time, but not the first time. Is it random? Hold on. Yeah, it is. Okay, no, we need to actually have a proper plan of how to handle that. Neat. Looks like you've tried the essential stuff and RIP to the hot reload. Yeah, that's gone but not forgotten. To do make active, make it tomorrow yours problem. Maybe not tomorrow. I don't know how to say that. Tomorrow myself's problem. The other way around of what you tried with active and release sounds good to me. Yeah, but it also doesn't work, right? But okay, I'm gonna make this the problem of me 5 minutes from now, and I'm gonna go for a quick break. So I'm gonna be back. 5 minutes as always. I'll see you soon. Okay. Just popping into the stream for a bit towards what I assume is the tail end here. Well, I would say like at least another half an hour, maybe an hour. I'll be live. I kind of want to finish this picking up the box, and I feel like we should be able to do that in that amount of time. What's been done today? Let me take you on a little tour, however you say that. Walkthrough. So, generally, in my free time, I finished the force fields so that you can nicely like have control inside of them, stuff like that. And then during the live stream, we mostly focus on the extraction tunnels, which sort of take you from point A to B, so that you can, escape from them in the middle as you go through them. And also when you reach this side, they no longer affect you, so you can, walk through them because they are directed in the opposite direction, I guess. Yeah, and we made sure that, everything works nicely. So if I like jump down onto them, there's like nice smooth thing. And then another thing was jump pads. So like this thing here allows me to launch myself somewhere. And then as the game progresses, let me quickly show you that. Oops. As the game progresses, you can unlock the ability to launch yourself from any place, not only a launch pad. And then eventually you also can do that from mid-air. So you get like a little launch ability. And we even have a little setup here for testing it. So this is the mostly everything that we've been working on. And now we are looking at this little cube and trying to move it in a sane way with various results. Motion canvas has technically gotten me into TypeScript. I don't know if it's a good thing. You're welcome, or I'm sorry, depending on how it turns out. Grilled cheese sandwiches. I do not understand what you mean by that. That looks really smooth. Thank you very much. Motion canvas in Rust when... Don't tempt me. I've been thinking about this. Rewrite the whole thing in Rust. You know what doesn't help? The fact that Deno, apologies, I don't know how to pronounce that, has like open sourced Rust bindings for V8, which means that if I wanted to rewrite Motion Canvas as a native application while still supporting TypeScript, it's technically doable. Just saying, okay? Not that I'm about to do that. Just saying. It is out there, the possibility. Oh, anyway. So... Somebody said wasm. Yeah, that would probably be the first step. Not that I'm planning to do that. Again. Okay. So I think my idea is good, okay, if I do say so myself. Speaking about Astortion right now, if we go to the input thingy, right? Where is it? Here. We could make it so that the action keeps track of some sort of an ID. And then each time it's pressed, the ID is incremented so we know what we're talking about. And I actually wonder if the default input has something like that. I don't think it does. I don't think the button input resource has it. But maybe keyboard input events do? No, they have key code, logical key, and state. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I don't know, let's call it an index, right? Can I overflow an integer in Rust without any issue? Will it just overflow, or do I have to do something special? In debug, it panics. In release, it's undefined behavior. It really depends on what you want or assume. Well, I just wanted to, you know, because I don't really care about the comparison between the two. I just care about them being different, right? Add unchecked. There's wrapping operations like wrapping add. Oh, okay. Okay. Use a usize though. But everybody's using U32. Isn't that like a thing in Bevy? I guess it's private. We probably, yeah, it probably doesn't have to be. No, hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to think of an example where an integer would be used in Bevy. What's usize? Usize is gonna be size of the register, right? On the processor. It's gonna be either 32 or 64. Depending on what you compile for. Yeah, exactly. Somebody said usize for array vector indices, entity for ECS related entity references. Yeah, but this is neither, right? This is just a random. It's not even an index. It's just an ID. Okay, guys, I think we're overthinking it. Okay, I'm gonna go with usize, whatever. It's not like we have bools here, right? So, you know, using U32 would be 32 bits, and then this would be packed somehow, I assume. I don't know. I heard rumors of a motion canvas camera update. I know this is an Astortion stream, but are these rumors true? Of course, the pull request is open. I just need to look through it. And we're gonna be taking care of that this weekend, because I'm gonna be streaming this weekend, and I'm gonna be doing some motion canvas development this weekend, because that's how I relax on my off days, I suppose. Okay, we have the ID. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, because I recreated each time. That's not good. That's not good at all. This should probably be a method. Yeah. Just mutate self. Okay. Something like that. No, you don't return anything actually. Okay, and then we probably gonna have some default. Which I guess could be just... Oh, there is a default. Never mind. So yeah, now instead of this, we're just gonna do that. Okay, then same goes for here. Oh, I don't know how to... Can I do this? Wait. I don't know how to copy my cursor over multiple lines in VS Code. That's a bummer. Okay, that's better. Motion canvas is TypeScript. You really relax in TypeScript. Oh god. Yeah, I don't need to worry about writing good code. Like, what do you mean? Of course I relax. Oh, also about the adding an overflow underflow, you might want to consider saturating add or wrapping add, depending on what you want. Oh yeah, yes, we figured this out. We're doing a wrapping add, which is highlighted. Unused return value. Oh, it's like that. I see. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't make sense, I guess, right? What is going on? Are there two different implementations? Yeah, it's taking self. Okay. It's consuming the value. Hey, I love your YouTube videos. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, so now as we update using from button and such, okay, so we are updating the ID. That's wrong though, that is wrong, because we only want to update if we just pressed, the button. Only then we want to update the ID. Okay, that should be perfect. That's player. Oh yeah, hold on. We do want to be here. We want the player controller. I'm assuming holdable now is gonna need some, and you know what? We can do it properly and like actually have a custom type for this. Wait, that's player. Where is the input? Here. Yeah, this could be not visible. This is gonna be action ID. What would be the name for a function that checks if the ID is the same? Has changed. And also a reference to self would be welcome. Okay, so now instead of just storing some random usize here, we actually store action ID. So I'm gonna know what it is, hopefully. Okay, let's close all of these tabs because it's just taking up space. You could just derive partial equal. Yeah, I could. That's true. Like if I could even derive equal because it's just usize, right? Could probably also derive like the reference and stuff. But yeah, if it's only used here, then I don't see the point. Implement comparison so we can do on the action, but I don't want to store the entire action. That's the thing. I only want to store the ID. I don't think there's a point in storing the entire action. I mean, I could do that, it's valid, but like... Implement equal on action that compares the IDs. I don't know. No, but I'm storing an ID here. I'm not storing the entire action. So I want to be able to compare an action to an ID. And I guess I could implement, I think I know what you mean, right? I could implement compare for action and action ID. But I don't know, it's just, I feel like it's obscuring a lot. I'm gonna leave it like that for now. Oh, I need the way to access the ID anyway. I'm gonna add a getter, why not? It's so funny because like oh wait, is it gonna work? No, because it's a reference, right? Yeah. Will it figure it out automatically? Yeah, okay. And that has to be a tuple. And also here. entity ID. Okay, okay. And so now if we press this action and another getter, but everything else is public. Yeah, I know. Because like in my head, what's the point of like restricting the access if I'm the only one working on this code base? Right? Like that's, I don't know if this is a crazy thing to think. But it's like, yeah, I could modify, you know, manually modify pressed somewhere. But why would I? If I were to do that, like that's, I deserve the problems resulting from that. Do you trust yourself when coding? Like, yeah, I mean, okay, guys. I don't think it works. It works somewhat randomly. Okay, where's the bug? Does the breakpoint work? Sometimes I like to use it when I'm desperate, so I know which code lines are executed line by line. No, I don't have my, I tried to configure my debugger, but for some reason it doesn't work and I gave up. I had it working at some point and then it stopped. So it's like, it's doable. I'm gonna have to like, you know, eventually I'm gonna get annoyed enough to fix it. For now we're print logging like real programmers. I remember reading this Twitter take that somebody had, which was that real programmers don't need a debugger because they just write good code. And I think about it, you know, wise words. I have like 1 word of cache memory, so when I forget stuff like 2 days later, having good access modifiers kind of pays off. But I think most people are better than that. Okay, I get it. 1 word of cache memory. For some reason I took it literally. I was like, are you know, programming some like low level processors or something? You know what I'm saying? I've always kept writing bad code, stupid me. Yeah, like the whole world changes when you realize that. Like just write good code. Like it's that easy, dude. Okay. Let's go through it one more time. I don't know, man. I don't know what the problem may be. It almost works. I picked it up, but it won't let me go. It won't let me let it go. Oh, hold on. Our logic is completely wrong. It should be more like this. Like we always need the action ID, because we also need to know which action released the box. I know that the tuple is ugly, but like, bear with me just to see if it works. How can you be so mean to tuple? Tuple did nothing wrong. I don't know. It's just, you know, being the type definition of a field is not its strong suit, I suppose. What is not working? Oh yeah, that's the problem. Ooh, can I do pattern matching like this? Okay. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm just guessing syntax at this point. And it works. That's that's the best part. Oh, there's also is none having an issue. There's gonna be 1. No, there's gonna be 0. I gotta go do other stuff. See ya. See ya. Bye bye. Thanks for tuning in. Common Rust syntax W. Yeah. Okay, something is still not working. Oh, because I don't check it here, right? Input is pressed, and I guess we can also use pattern matching here, just to be fancy, right? Ooh, hey, this whole thing could be a match. Now we're talking. Flexing some Rust knowledge. I love Rust and I love seeing you using it. This is so good. I'm happy to hear that. No, why isn't it working? It's like the 10th time this stream when I just like either use the wrong bit operation, logical operation, Oh my god. I just realized that the box should probably also be affected by the extraction tunnel and by fields. Right? It's probably something we want to take care of. Oh my god, ship it. I mean, what else is there to implement, right? Hold on, does it mean that we can now use active instead of pressed? And it's just gonna work? It's just gonna... That's enough for Steam Early Access. So I'm gonna hold E and run into it. Oh my god. It's beautiful. The distance is a bit too big, I think. We can really... Although, I feel like once we add like smoothly following us kind of thing, it's gonna look better. It's not gonna look like we are teleporting it to our position. Oh my god, I'm crying right now. I'm shaking and crying. Yeah, affected by field should probably be its own component with a system to handle it. True. Or we can just make fields affect any rigid body, if I'm being honest. Also, the box clips through the... Can we save it? I think we can. I think it's doable. Yeah, here we go. Also, the velocity is like aggregating constantly. So if I release it right now, it just zips immediately down. Possibly a dumb idea, maybe make holding just create a spring joint. Yeah, that would be the normal way to do it, right? I'm thinking about this. No. I will elaborate though, because the way I want it to work, and maybe it's possible, so let me know if it's possible using a spring joint, is that if the box is here, right, and the player is here, I want the box to stay roughly in this position. And then, you know, as we go to the right, the box like follow us on the left where we picked it up. And then if we turn, the box is gonna like, you know, stay until it gets to the right side, and then it follows us. So it's a bit like as if it was attached on a string, right? But at the same time, I feel like a joint would make it orbit around. Like if we were to like move to the right really quick and then stop, then the joint would make this circle like go here, and I don't want that to happen. So this is why I would still opt in for a little custom spring, which then again it's not the most complex physical equation. That's more of a pinpoint, yeah, pin joint, yeah, but the pinpoint would have to move, right? So we would still have to like calculate it. I don't know, I wonder actually. Hold on, do we have the rapier documentation somewhere? Joints. Fixed joint ensures that two rigid bodies don't move relative to each other. Wait, let's basic concepts. So would it be rectangular joint? Oh wait, they don't exist in 2D. Oh, this would be Cartesian joint. Time for me to catch some Z's. Have a good night and good luck on progress. See you next time. See you. Thanks for, watching the stream. Same for me, I'm super sleepy. Let me know once you start using Fmod in the future. I could use some feedback on Bevy Fmod. I try to catch your streams more often in the future. Thanks so much and have a great one. And I'd be sure to remember. But there's probably a long time before we start using Fmod. I think it's fixed, but to be honest, I don't entirely understand the intended behavior. Yeah. I wonder though why aren't these like described here? I mean, I guess the spherical joint is. Okay, so let me see. How do you create these? You add a joint with the parent entity. Okay. Since the degrees of freedom describe them entirely. Okay, so yeah, but what are the limits? Right? Like if I have a rectangular joint or a Cartesian joint and it has like 2 degrees of freedom in like x and y coordinate, right? Can I limit so that it's only from -1 to 1 for like x, right? That's what because that's what I would need. Again, but I'm thinking about how difficult it would be to just test it. I don't think it would be too difficult because all I need is just add the impulse joint. So yeah, let's try doing it. See what's gonna happen. Here we're finding the closest thing, and then here, well, first of all, we're gonna need some commands. And here we're gonna get this entity and insert Cartesian Wait, am I misunderstanding this? Oh, okay, I get it. So it's not like this is a separate class. You just construct them. Like if I want a Cartesian joint, I just use two prismatic joints together, right? One for the x-axis and the other for the y. Am I getting this right? Hopefully. What are you? This axis is expressed in the local space of both rigid bodies. So what if it rotates? No, okay, no. I'm making it up. Any relative movement between two rigid bodies except for relative translations along one axis. Yeah, but there is... What are the joint builders here? No, these are the only ones that we have. Oh, it would be a rope joint builder now as I think of it. Limits the maximum distance between two rigid bodies. Yeah, okay. And then maximum distance would be like 24. Okay. And then I just want to insert... Is it always an impulse joint? Okay. Okay, we're gonna need the parent entity though. It's gonna collide with other names. It's maybe not parent, maybe player makes more sense. Yeah, so a new impulse joint with player entity and with this joint builder. Oh, and the entity is holdable. Okay, and then when releasing, we're gonna take the entity and remove this impulse joint. Right, should be all that's necessary for it to run. Light theme's killing me. Hold on. I'm gonna save you. You know what I hate about this? That the code is still white. Hold on. Maybe if you make a dummy rigid body and connect both the player and the holdable object to the dummy body with prismatic joint, that would work. But that seems kind of cursed. Yeah, let's see what this is gonna do. Absolutely nothing. Hold on, because I'm still setting the position. Am I not? Yeah, we don't want to do that anymore. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, why did it stop? Oh my, the rigid body froze. Right? Because it's like, it found its equilibrium and stopped. Sleeping. Yeah, it went to sleep. Doesn't move or moves very slowly during a few seconds, it will be marked as sleeping by the physics engine. Maybe it's sleeping. Yeah, we need to wake it up. Either with a joint or with one of its attached colliders generating contacts. Okay, that's kind of weird. Because we are joined by a joint. Are we not? Maybe. I mean, it's being drawn. Mr. Cube, what is going on here? Okay, let's see if that's caused by sleeping. Yeah, it is. Where is the joint? Oh wait, I'm selecting something else. Impulse joint handle, impulse joint, yeah, everything is here. You may sometimes want to wake a rigid body manually by setting the component field sleeping to true. Yeah, but there's gotta be a way to make it detect the joint, right? Interesting. Sucks that Rapier didn't register types for Reflect. Yeah, that is a bit sad. But I don't think, yeah, it only really has a parent and some data. Okay, there's a lot of information here actually. Okay, maybe this could be my fault because I have custom logic for moving this rigid body. So maybe it thinks that both rigid bodies are sleeping, and that's why it detects that, like, oh, the two rigid bodies connected by the joint are sleeping, so I'm not gonna wake anything up. Despite the fact that I'm moving. Dude, it's late, let the box sleep. No, it has to do its work. Okay, but regardless, this is still not the effect that I want, right? Because I want it to be much more floaty. Yeah, and it still does the, you know, rotating around me kind of thing, which I want to prevent. So ideally this would be like, this would be a mix between a spring joint and a rope joint. For now, I think we can just write it, you know, manually. One thing that I'm gonna want to do though is changing the rigid body of this box, probably. Right, because I probably want it to be kinematic velocity based. Or maybe not. Maybe if I just get rid of its gravity. Change the way gravity affects a specific rigid body by setting the rigid body's gravity scale to a value other than 1.0. Okay, let's do that. What do cubes have? Wait. Oh, wrong menu. Cubes have, okay, just a rigid body. So we're gonna take it from here as a mutable. We don't need the joint. And we're gonna get this from here. No, what is it? Why can't I access anything? This is the wrong rigid body type. Oh yeah, because that's just an enum. So what is the actual component type? Oh, it's okay. Never mind then. It's just a different type of component. So instead we're just gonna insert it here, I guess. We want to insert it here. And then remove it here. Will this build? Hopefully. Maybe. Okay. What's up with that? So I'm assuming that removing the gravity component does not reset it to whatever the context has. I think that would be my assumption. just set this to 1. Just for the sake of testing if this is actually being executed here. Well, we could... I feel like we should probably also transfer the velocity of the player onto the box upon release. Because right now it just sort of like falls sadly to the ground. But I guess once I add a spring, I'm gonna know the velocity of the box, and then I can just keep it. Yeah, but at least now it doesn't accelerate forever. Maybe there's a gravity scale component by default. I don't think there is, because I don't know what would insert that component, you know? Or maybe it just maybe you're right. Maybe it just inserts the component for every rigid body. Maybe. I wonder if we can check that. How difficult would it be? Where's the plugin? Here. Like initialize rigid bodies, for example. It is checking for it, but if it's doing nothing, if the gravity scale is not here. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. Wait, I guess I could just check. Hold on. I can just run the game and not interact with the box and see. No, it doesn't seem to be the case. I guess it probably like applies these changes to the like physics world, and then it doesn't care if the component is removed. But that's not that big of a deal. Okay, I guess that's a good place to end this live stream with something working before we break something again. So yeah, huge thanks to all the people sticking through this live stream. And I will most likely see you tomorrow, roughly at the same time. Probably, hopefully, if everything goes right. So yeah. Good night, good day, wherever you are. And that's it.